back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the iconic Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. The finish line of the Cocodona 250. Shout out to everyone who is joining us. You are appreciated. And we will have eyes out on course soon. Jeffrey out heading up towards the hospital as he searches for the incoming runners. We have Nate up on Elden. Here are the sights of the Elden aid station. We'll see if we can get a bib number there. That looks like it is our oldest participant in this year's race. Bart Mangino, right there at the aid station, Prescott Valley native here in Arizona. Huge shout out to Bart as we listen in here. And there is a Pete Mortimer sighting in the background there as well. We'll send it. We'll keep it right here for a moment, actually.
Yeah, she didn't believe me, but it. I guess the one too got more washed out, and I did it. I think 3 years ago. Yeah.
We are going to bring it back down here to the finish in Heritage Square. Our next runners should be about to make that turn on to Beaver Street. We've got Niloy Sen of Danville, Colorado, and we have him courtesy of our good friend Jeff, who's just gonna, yep, there we go. There he is. Niloy Sen, ladies and gentlemen, making his way down Beaver Street here. The next light, he will be crossing the final kind of major intersection of the race. The man who calls Danville, California home. Niloy Sen now just a few short blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. We'll see if Jeff is able to unmute his feed on his end at any point here. Obviously, the most important thing is having eyes on Niloy. If we can get some audio, that would be wonderful. And here we have it. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Yeah, of course.
We're just going to listen in as Niloy is making his way to the finish. chat. Did bib number 75 finish yet? She is not. She is making her way out of Buffalo Park as we speak. She is moving and moving a bit slowly. Has a little bit of a quad issue, but she is still moving, which is great. But for right now, the man of the moment is Mr. Niloy Sen. Maybe the first person in quite a while I've been on commentary to pass the watering hole known as Beaver Street Liquors without me saying anything. And he is about to hit, in just a couple of blocks, his final little downhill. He will be able to see his left-hand turn onto Birch here. Just a matter of moments. He's looking so strong right now. Looks like we do have someone leaving Mount Elden. That might have been Bart there. Take a look there for just a second. But it looks like he might be gone. Yep, that is Bart Mangino, the 69-year-old Prescott Valley native. This is mile 242 of his journey, and he's saying hi.
Thanks for a great time.
Yep.
Amazing, and we're sending it back down here to our next finisher, Niloy Sen. He is just a matter of moments away. As he passes the playhouse there. And we do have, ladies and gentlemen, the Jam Cam heading out on course as well to start following runners in. It's going to be a wonderful morning here in the great state of Arizona. So we have a number of runners who will be coming into the finish here. And he is going to be making the left-hand turn on Birch. That puts him less than 2 blocks away from the turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish line here in Heritage Square in Flagstaff, Arizona. What a way to finish this amazing adventure as he approaches his last street crossing. And here he comes. There he is making that turn. And here we have our next finisher from Danville, California. Soaking this moment in as he crosses the finish line of the Cocodona 250, Mr. Niloy Sen, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible moment we have there. We take a look in.
Oh, sorry. What is it?
What a run.
Congratulations.
Good job, good job.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Great job.
Congratulations on your finish. You were running hard that whole
Yeah.
day. You just feel like another kick. It must be so many excuses.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for everything.
Yeah.
No clue, no blisters.
Oh.
Surviving. The awesome volunteers. The food. Everything.
Yay. You did it.
Sounds like he had no crew, No pacers.
How many days you were out there?
I don't even remember. From Monday.
From Monday.
Yeah,
Just
all
running.
my friends, Shades, my running club in the Bay Area.
Wow.
It's like
I was
we
sleeping.
try to finish races. That's what we do.
Yeah. What's you do? Where are you doing it for? What is there a reason you're doing this run for?
I mean,
Your
there's a
dog.
lot of reasons.
Yeah, right.
Right? But just to
What's the why?
see that it can be done and the experiences
Get
that
it
people
done.
meet on the way.
Want to
You
push
know, it's
yourself.
just the diversity of the population.
Yes.
That's awesome, right? I don't get to meet such people at work.
Right. Did you have a low moment where you're just like, why am I doing this?
Yeah. I mean, you just need to see what's the limits. Someone can finish this in 3 days.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't understand how myself.
So it took you since Monday, today is Saturday.
Today is the 5th day.
Wow.
6th day. Yeah.
Did you sleep a little bit out there?
I slept every day. Lots of ups and downs.
Just by yourself or
Everybody
with
in the community is still supporting each other. That's the awesome part, right?
Yeah.
There's no like outright competitiveness.
Yeah, it's on you, right?
Yeah.
You just fight
Yeah.
with your mind.
Keep getting wishes.
Mhm.
Dark times, second call up someone at home.
Yeah.
Like, kid.
You can, that's what I'm saying. That's
Right.
maybe your why.
Yeah.
Are they following you?
Yeah.
Are they watching?
Everyone. Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Just, this is for
Maybe
them,
they're so happy.
right?
They could be
Thank you.
here. Next time they should be here.
It's been a humbling experience.
Of course. Oh my gosh, it's a crazy.
Thank you so much.
To me, you guys are crazy.
Absolutely amazing.
Scott, shout out for Scott.
You
He
did
was there
it.
in Moab last time I did this.
So proud of you.
Right. I just get this
Huge
rush
shout out
check
to
the last
Niloy
stage.
there. We do have
Just wanna fly
eyes
off.
on our next runner coming in here. We're sending it out to the crispy footage of the jam cam. Jamil, who do we have here?
Get up, you take a 30-minute nap, you wake up, and you're in a whole new town. You're like, different area, constantly changing. Or Jerome at night.
Yeah.
With all the sculptures, and you're like coming in off the mountains. We were like, this is epic. Like the timing was perfect.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people didn't hit that good a timing. Sedona in the dark, that would not be great.
We had some mishaps that got us there, so
Yeah.
blessed.
Yeah.
Can't take all the credit.
I believe this is bib 120, Chris Guerrero
What a journey. We
of
started actually
Virginia
calling it a
Beach,
trip.
Virginia.
Yeah,
Instead of a
totally.
race, we're like, what a great trip. Today was the best day of the trip.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Virginia Beach.
Nice.
We don't have mountains like this, but
No. Elevation like this.
right. But we do have, in the city of our town, in Virginia Beach, we have this giant park. It's a big mound. And what it used to be was the city dump. And they turned it into a big hill.
Okay.
So we call it Mount Trashmore. So all of our club, Fort Square Athletics, we train either in the swamps or on this pile of trash. So people are like, where do you do your vert training? I was like, well, if I'm not in the swamps, I'm on this pile of trash. But it works.
That's classic.
You're up and down quite a bit, but yeah, your Strava drawings get a little funny.
How much gain does the trash hill have?
It's 125 on one side, and then it's 155 on the other. Just how they have it set up.
So
one's
out,
more,
back and forth.
yeah, or vector, like getting kind of the angles in. So we'll do jokes like, hey, draw a Christmas tree. So folks will go and run and try to, so we can get the best one. Oh, gotta give an aid station call out.
Oh yeah.
Best food was, you're going to have to help me out with the names there. The one where we picked up Kyle for the night. The one right before the hang gliding launch.
Mingus.
Mingus.
Inside, yeah.
Yep. Best food was there. That lasagna was fantastic.
Nice.
And then, oh, I don't know, the ribs were pretty good. We were joking about the wind coming over the crest last night.
Ribs up on Elden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were awesome.
Sounds like we got a huge shout out here for the Pete's Meats aid station up on Elden. From the Virginia Beach, Virginia native, Chris Guerrero. He is coming down Beaver Street.
Have you done this far of distance before?
Nope. Bigfoot was the last 200.
Yeah.
A few years ago. This kind of wholly made sense.
Yep.
Especially just the amount of video you guys had. So it was funny because we saw a bunch of folks that have YouTube channels, and so we see the faces, and we're like, "Oh, hey, you're in our house, like, at least on Tuesdays, talking about whatever." A lot of support comes from the town.
So seeing different YouTube personalities are out on course.
Oh yeah, they're all like, and you can see like the dynamic and where everybody was in their like season of what this race was for them.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody definitely had a mission. This one was difficult to gauge sleep. Couldn't, I think if I could go back, and so I slept in the morning. Kind of did like a wake up, get in the aid station early morning, and then sleep. I think that doing it again, I would have an evening sleep routine because some of those legs at night were impossible to stay awake. It was really
So
tough.
waking up refreshed
Waking up
in the
refreshed
evening.
and then making
Go
back.
through.
Yeah. Once
Easier.
the sun comes up,
Yeah.
the terrain's so beautiful. You just move forward. What do you think?
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, my favorite part was going through Sedona. Got in right time. Those colors. Amazing.
Was it like sunset leaving Sedona for you?
Sunset. Your sunset arriving.
How's the game?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Chris Guerrero here. Virginia Beach, Virginia, the Navy vet, making
Close
his way.
now.
The iconic left-hand turn down Birch, less than 2 blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona
You're back.
250.
More miles.
We got some
What
questions
was also
in the
really
chat.
great was the amount of data that you guys pushed out and how thorough it was. Pulled so much stress off of the folks like myself up from the East Coast.
Uh-huh.
We're like, we're doing an RV or we're not. We're getting a house, we're doing a cabin. Where do we get this thing at? And it was so great just to see the thought process that how thorough it was that went in there. And
Like the runner guide.
yeah, the runner's guide was, I mean, it was
The final street crossing of the race
printed
here
it
before he
out.
makes a right-hand
You have
turn
to
down
take
Cocodona
Take time to
Alley.
read through it all. Yeah.
so the crew chief, my girlfriend Andrea, she had in each of her pages in the runner's guide, she added into the crew book.
Yeah.
Elevation profile, little screenshot,
Nice.
estimated time, and it was seamless. It was so cool.
Here he comes.
All right,
approaching
here's your
Cocodona
turn.
Alley. Here he is, Chris Guerrero, ladies and gentlemen. of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Capping off his adventure here in Heritage Square. What an incredible run from Chris. And it looks like the one, the only Shad Cam is back out with the legend herself, the queen of Aravaipa, Colorado. She's coming to the finish here. Morgan Weinberg, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn, you're good.
Making her way in. What a moment. Huge shout out to Shad, who is back out there trying to rack in the miles here. Huge shout out to Morgan, who we just saw finish there. We'll see if we can get Wardia's feed back up. She may need to refresh her feed. We've got the jam cam here.
Oh my God.
She was all on it.
Wow.
Good job, Morgan.
Okay, well.
Right?
She's like, get this off me.
Are you ready to continue?
I'm your people. I'm your people.
Yeah,
I'm here. Okay, well, that's it then.
And we
Yeah,
do have
check
another
it
finisher
off.
coming in here on the Stephen Crawford cam. And here comes our next finisher. It is a party here at Heritage Square in Flagstaff. 3 runners now coming in back to back to back, all looking incredibly strong. We'll throw it back down to the jam cam here. That was bib 170, Tony McDermott from Holly Springs, North Carolina. We saw Chris Guerrero finish, pop the champagne. We saw Morgan Weinberg, Aravaipa's own, come into the finish, absolutely flying. And then we have Tony McDermott here.
Congratulations to Holly Springs, North Carolina.
Absolutely incredible. Shout out to Shad for getting back out there and following Morgan in. Shad is racking up the miles.
You do that. Congrats, though, Morgan.
Huge shout out to Morgan
You bet.
on an epic finish. We're going to head back
Tony, we're
out.
really excited.
We got Cams going back out on course. Yeah, and shout out to Tony, who did spend a little bit of time lost. And we'll send it to the static cam here as Jubilee gets his tracker off. Spent a little time lost, got back on course, and absolutely crushed it. And hopefully we'll be able to get Wardia's feed back up soon if she's able to refresh her browser. We'll see if I can get that note over to her so that we can capture some of this finish line emotion. And again, we have We have runners back out. On course. What an epic few minutes there. We should have more finishers coming in moments. And our Shad Cam has eyes on another runner here. We will see if we can get a bib.
Yeah, thank you. Good job.
This is Scott.
Scott Myers from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Coming in here just a few blocks away now from the left-hand turn onto Birch. And we also have eyes up on with Jeff, another runner here. Which that appears to be on the Jeff cam here, bib 36, Stephen Epifano from San Clemente. But let's throw it down to the Shad cam here.
Stop. No, there's not traffic. Go ahead. Yep, you're a turn right here.
Here it is, the left-hand turn on Birch.
Block and a half left.
Less than 2 blocks to go. This is bib 67, Scott Myers of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He is about to make his final street crossing here. Less than a block away before the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish
Yes, I made it. Well
of
done, man.
the
Thank you.
Cocodona 250. Big finish line energy right now as Scott is making his way. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Myers of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Coming into the finish here. There you see it. A huge shout out to Shad, who's probably approaching the 100-mile mark of follow cam footage for the week. And we're going to send it out to Jeff, who is following in, excuse me, who is following in Stephen Epifano, I believe. Another gentleman up for beard of the race. Incredible beard there.
Really? Yeah. Oh. Yeah,
Mute the audio here as it's a bit choppy, and we will keep eyes on Stephen, who will be approaching the finish here in just a matter of moments. The iconic right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley, and here he comes. to the finish line of the Cocodona 250 from San Clemente, California, Stephen Epifano. And here it is. It is a party at the finish line here in Heritage Square. And we have another finisher coming in. We've got bib 222. And I didn't get the first bib there. And 229. I believe that is going to be the brothers Murray here. Paul Murray, bib 222 there. And bib 229, Matthew Murray. Wilmington, North Carolina zone. And we do have audio now, all on mute. Sorry about that. Got Paul and Matthew Murray coming down Beaver Street here.
Who cares what time? Cutoffs are so far behind you. Just keep moving, right?
Off of the picture, right? I have no idea.
How was sunrise on Elden?
I didn't see it. We left beforehand.
Excellent.
Yeah. We left right at 4. As soon as I got up there, I was like, "This is it. I made it. Time to go." Well, I wanted a half hour. She made me.
That's why I'm a pacer. We got the job done.
Yeah. She made sense though. I got there like 3 minutes before we left. I didn't see it either.
Yeah, and we've got someone in the chat, Nicole Whiting, saying, someone tell them Nicole is cheering them on. If you can relay that message for us, Stephen.
They just heard it.
Amazing.
Yeah, she worked at she saved 2 of my toes at the Moab last year. Yeah, she kept you from losing toes. Well, yeah, I cut off blood circulation with tape. I didn't realize that you could do that.
So apparently she's a toe saver.
She is a toe saver. Shout out to Nicole in the chat. As the Murray brothers, Paul, Matthew Murray of Wilmington, North Carolina, are about to make their left-hand turn onto Birch, putting them just blocks away. And we have another crowd favorite here that we got on the jam cam. Bib number 75, Miss Amy Palmeira-Winters coming down, and we do have audio up there as well.
First responders that stand up every day and keep us safe. So when I'm out there and I wanted to quit and I hurt, I just remember that they can't.
Yeah.
It's nice. I think it's nice that everybody kind of takes a step back and remembers all that.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yep.
And this is my son's ship. USS George Washington. And 7 of the sailors on his ship have committed suicide this year.
Oh my goodness.
So like we love running and stuff, but it's always nice to put something to the running because
put it in perspective.
Yeah, well, you have a gift, and your gift is running and giving people this opportunity, and teach them to do something else with it. You know what I mean? You're changing lives with your running group and races that you're putting on. And when you have a new rider and stuff, provide them with more focus. Everybody has a gift, and if they can pass it on and help people out or bring someone out of a dark place, it's nice. And I had a great crew.
I'm gonna send
This
it
guy?
back down Stephen
What's up,
Crawford here, who has Paul and Matthew Murray as they are approaching the finish as well.
Third. I could do it if you can.
You know I can still run.
I never said I couldn't.
You thought I was saying you couldn't.
Nobody ever said that nobody could run. I don't know where you're getting this idea.
Well, I think we should be running them.
23.
Right? Do it.
All right. Pacer said run. So you got to run, right? This is B's. I got 2 more to go.
Just went up. You gotta get this 122 fixed.
All right. This is Cherry Street coming up.
One more block before the left turn on Birch. Paul and Matthew Murray.
The iconic left on the Birch stoplight. We're going.
Yeah. Let's go with that. Only you can smell.
Yeah, the smell would say otherwise. Yeah, you see it?
Cross the street, then turn.
Yeah, you can't go on the one way the wrong way.
Oh, we went on the right side of the street to turn into the Cocodona alley. Straight across. Then you're gonna turn left. This is Birch.
Here they are. The iconic final left
turn left, right
onto
here.
Birch
Right
here. They are now less than 2 blocks away from the right-hand turn that will lead them into Heritage Square and the finish of the Cocodona 250. And there it is, the final street crossing of the day. Less than a block away from the finish now. As they are about to make that right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. Paul and Matthew Murray, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the finish here from Wilmington, North Carolina. Paul and Matthew Murray. we are going to send it back out to the jam cam here, who has Amy Palmeira-Winters here.
Oh, jeez.
And it's delusional, and we didn't know if he was a runner, a person, or a crew, or just a stranger on the course looking for people at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Huh.
And
You messaged them?
yeah, so we messaged them, and the medics went and got him right away.
Yeah. Way to go.
We do have more runners coming in here as well. See if we can get a bib there on the Jeff cam. We've got Jeff, we've got Amy Palmeira-Winters, both making their way down Birch. Or down Beaver, I apologize. It looks like that might be bib 71, Krista Wilhelmsen of Duluth, Minnesota. Could also... And Aaron in the chat. Aaron, when you're coming through the trails over by Elden, the spot trackers are going to have a little bit of a lag and possibly some air. I just refreshed. Bib 44 is on track, and they're making their way towards Buffalo Park. So, again, this area coming kind of up Elden, back down Elden, and through the social trails to Buffalo Park. You may see a little bit of GPS floating there. And Jeff, do we have a bib number here? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hey, can you hear us on my screen?
Yeah, I can. Your audio's a little choppy, but it sounds like that was bib 71, Krista Wilhelmsen of Duluth, Minnesota, the Midwesterner.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you good now.
I did represent my internal feelings.
Yeah.
Upside down and kind of,
Right. Is this the longest race you've ever done? Well,
Here she is, just a couple blocks away.
oh, right on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Pull the audio here as it's getting a little choppy, and we're actually going to take a quick look at the party up on Mount Elden right now. There's going to be a crowd coming in on Elden. The party at Pete's Meats Aid Station up here at Mount Elden. Then we have another runner on the Shad cam. We'll see if we can get a bib number from Shad here before we send it back to our next finisher. We got bib 143 here. Thank you, Shad. We're going to send it back down to Jeff. That runner who Shad just picked up is Jason Vanderhovel from Brighton, Michigan. Right now, we are tuned in to bib 71, Miss Krista Wilhelmsen of Duluth, Minnesota. And again, we do have eyes on Amy Palmeira-Winters as well of Hicksville, New York, making her way. She's been carrying the American flag from the start in honor of our military and first responders. So huge shout out to her. Continuing to venture forward and closing in on the finish here. But right now, the moment belongs to the Midwesterner, Miss Krista Wilhelmsen. There it is. The left on Birch. Less than 2 blocks away. And we are going to keep it right here. See if we can get some audio here. Final street crossing here at Cocodona 250. Less than a block away from the finish. Miss Krista Wilhelmsen. Duluth, Minnesota zone. She makes a right-hand turn down.
Congratulations.
And there she is. Amazing job by Miss Krista there. And it looks like the jam cam went down. Jamil is going to have to refresh his feed. We're going to get it back out there. We'll send it to Shad for the moment, as he is with Jason out here.
I can't maintain a 540 for a 5 pick. I can't either. You know, not in my best day. So if I maintain,
Let's look at the emotion here at the finish real quick. Absolutely incredible job. Take a look back up on Elden real quickly before we send it back. Oh, looks like that camera froze, and so we're down here on the jam cam. Our next expected finisher.
I'm talking.
Are you seriously asking Marty?
I know. What? You should know better. We saw the coolest frickin' lizards.
Yo, we saw some beautiful wildlife too. But I mean, everything out there is beautiful.
Oh, there's also bears and cougars.
I was looking for the bears and cougars. I think we
saw some prints maybe.
Saw some.
And we do have up here, bib number 19 is making his way down Hospital Hill as well to the finish. That courtesy of the great Stephen Crawford. That is the man formerly known as the Denim Cowboy.
Have my Copenhagen, gonna give me some whiskey.
Mr. Anthony Tatiaski.
Yes, for the rest of the day.
They've got the fireball ready and on deck.
Ready.
He is he's ready to go. He's making his way down Beaver Street, but for the time being,
That's that building.
Oh,
so
just
it's not
kidding.
cool.
I don't know.
Hey,
I haven't slept in a while.
They got me a
either.
can of Copenhagen there.
Well-
That's why we're off course, because we had to go.
We had to go
Copenhagen.
get a can of Copenhagen before we came to the finish line, you know.
That's
Oh, there's a Boston right here. Oh,
Oh,
right.
I didn't know that. I just
Hey, we're gonna
gas
pop
station.
in at the Sportsman for a bit, okay?
They got some time on
Get
the
some
clock.
chicken wings.
Is it open?
They were open last
we're going to
night.
send it back down to the jam cam here as our next finisher, Amy Palmeira-Winters, passes the Playhouse here in Flagstaff. she is on her way. The Denim Cowboy wants a can of Copenhagen when he gets to the finish line. He's got the fireball lined up and ready. It's Anthony Tatiaski, who we just caught there. His brother in the chat.
And the pizza was awesome. We were going over all the little specialties of each station.
And it has been a party here at Heritage Square this morning. Had a lot of finishers coming in.
Nice quiet morning to be coming through.
And here is the left on Birch. Now less than 2 blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250 for Miss Amy Palmeira-Winters, the Hicksville, New York resident.
Now you got me something to look forward to. I got to see what I really can do.
The full course.
You can do a double.
You know what? Honestly,
That's the second time I've heard that today. People talking about the double.
The Cocodouble, as we've already named it. It's in the works for a future date.
Yeah, on a loop.
Yeah. You could do a double and out and back.
I mean, there's plenty of trails. We could find 250 fresh miles.
You only have a handful of people sign up.
Might need like a 2-week time limit or something.
You could, let's see, for 500?
Yeah.
You can get it done in 10 days.
I just want nobody to sleep.
It'll be an exclusive finisher. Kind of like Barkley.
I'm just sending it. In just a minute, she will be making, here it is, her final street crossing here of the Cocodona 250. Less than a block away from making the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley, where she will see the finish line of the Cocodona 250. What an amazing, amazing run here by Amy Palmeira-Winters.
You about divorced me on the switchback.
Carrying the flag the entire time, inspiring a new generation of athletes to come, that no matter what's going on, no matter what you're dealt with, you can do incredible things. Absolutely amazing. Here she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, making that final right-hand turn. And there it is. She is now just meters from the finish line. Absolutely incredible. And we do have on the shad cam, our next runner is coming in here. That is the Brighton, Michigan native himself. Jason Vanderhovel makes the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely incredible performances here. Absolutely amazing. And we do have eyes on the man formerly known as the Denim Cowboy here, Anthony Tatiaski.
Who are we talking to?
Matt Felding.
Oh, Matt Felding, what's up? I'm not sure if I'm Anthony right now because I haven't slept in a couple of days.
Hey,
but
when you're this close to the finish line, you can be anyone that you want to be right now.
I had about 5 alter egos out there, man.
Daddy Peachy,
Meet the Pride and
Denim
Love and Life.
Cowboy. What else did you? Oh, you drove a Mustang around too.
Oh, my 5.0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had your fireball in front of the Beaver Street liquor store.
Yeah, my fireball and my cowboy hat.
We went off course because we had to go get
so my hair can blow.
and fireball.
Oh man, that was great. I don't know. I can't wait to do it again and try and take it to another level.
Oh, they've switched to shad.
Yeah,
We're boring.
No.
Come on.
We've
I'm afraid what you're going to say next.
We've got you on, Steven.
Oh, you got me on. Okay, you're.
No,
back to Big Daddy Peaches.
We've got the entire Tatiaski clan in the chat here watching. We can't turn away from our next finisher here.
Yeah. Oh, I bet they're stoked. What's up, man? What's up, boys? I did it. Got through it.
Amazing. And we are going to check in just real quick with Jeff here, who has our next runner behind Tony. That looks like bib 70. I will see if we can get confirmation on that. Jeff, what bib do we have here?
We have bib 70.
Awesome. I believe that's, Miss Irene Custers from Dublin, Ohio. Thank you so much. We'll be following her in. Looking so strong as she is heading down Beaver Street. But for the time being, the man of the hour, the crowd favorite, the Denim Cowboy himself, the Copenhagen Chewin', the man of many outfits, the fireball shooting, Tony Tatiaski.
You know?
I had to go off course.
You don't find those alter egos until you just get. You have to get there, and it's hard sometimes. You know.
But Daddy Peaches.
Yeah, so,
Daddy Peaches.
I got what I was looking for. I got everything I was looking for. Doing it again. So
amazing.
I'm gonna find a couple more outfits next time.
Well,
there's Jamil. What's up?
Oh.
My homeboy.
Oh God.
Look at him in his white snakes.
Guy. What up?
What's up, man?
Yo, man. Congrats, dude.
You can't even tell people about the experience. Like you can tell them, and you can put a smile on your face, but they would never really know until that they get who they really are. Like, you gotta get to that point. Can't wait to find all the depths over there. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna do it again.
Get it done, man. Get in there.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
And here is Tony Tatiaski. He paced Jamil at last year's race, getting a big hug.
Oh, man.
And we do have and we're back on Miss Irene now. We're gonna have a bit of a party here at the finish line. It's continuing. Runners flowing
Hoping to
in.
do this next year. Yeah. Station?
Yeah.
Christina from Denmark.
Who's the one that,
And here we're gonna
Nice try.
we're gonna pull the audio here. It's just getting a little choppy. Bib 170 got back on track earlier. Yep, we did get to see. I believe that was. Let me see. I want to say that was. Yeah, Bib 170 was Tony McDermott, who we saw earlier. Right now, we have Irene Custers of Dublin, Ohio, making her way to the finish of the Cocodona 250. Her final street crossing here before the right-hand turn that leads her to the finish. She is moving strong. She is going to be our next finisher of the 2022 Cocodona 250. And here is that turn down the alley. There you see her coming in, and here we are. What an amazing run, and we are back out. With Anthony Tatiaski. He is less than a block away now from the turn down the Cocodona alley to the finish.
My doggies are barking.
They've been barking since nothing but those damn covers.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Tony Tatiaski coming into the finish here. There he is, Tony Tatiaski, the denim cowboy himself, crowd favorite. His brother James in the chat. He and his pacer enjoying a big hug. They were very entertaining, that final stretch. What a moment. Let's see if we can get some close up here. Absolutely amazing. And we're going to send it back to the finish. And let's see, we may have a little bit of a gap in the action now. And a huge shout out to Steven for relaying some communication for me on the back end. Trying to make sure that we're getting the good follow shots, the good clean static cam at the finish, and then capturing that emotion here once they have crossed. So Huge shout out to all our volunteer filmers who are doing such an incredible job helping us capture all of the energy. And there we have, look, this is it right here. This is where we get all that emotion. Huge shout out to Wardia, who is filming behind the finish line here for us. And there's the great Morgan Weinberg, ladies and gentlemen, Aravaipa, Colorado's own, trying to get the photo with the finish line banner. Here in Heritage Square. Should have a little bit of time here. I'm not seeing any other runners on camera currently. So her partner, her crew, her supporters, everyone who helped get her to the finish line here, getting in the photo. Morgan came charging down Beaver Street. We almost didn't catch her. The great Shad of the now famous Shad Cam hopped in, caught Morgan, made sure his shoes were tied tight, his hamstrings were nice and loose, and chased Morgan into the finish on her mad dash into Heritage Square. We will see if we can get, when we get another finisher coming up on camera, we will make sure we bring that to you. In the meantime, we're going up to the party that is the Pete's Meats Aid Station on Mount Elden, a Jeff Browning sighting. We've got runners coming in. Their final point on the course. Looks like we don't have audio up there, but we do have clean visuals, which is the most important thing. And we've got our wonderful volunteers here helping out. The amazing steakhouse that is the Pete's Meats Aid Station on the top, up on Mount Elden. There you see Chris Guerrero getting some finish line photos, the Virginia Beach, Virginia resident. And we are back up on Mount Elden here. And Run Steep, Get High in the chat, our good friend Jamil. I've now heard Cocodona double 3 times in the past hour. I think the Coca double has to be a thing. I think it has to, and we do have eyes on our next runner here on the Shad Cam.
Yeah.
Who do we have up here, Shad?
Who do we have?
Abraham Goldring, 226.
We've got bib 226. Abraham Goldring of New York, New York. Coming into the finish, passing Flagstaff Medical Center. Just a matter of moments, we're going to follow him into the finish. We've got our other camera feeds out looking for more runners as well. He's making his way down to the party at the finish line in Heritage Square. He's having himself a really great run, and he is just moments away from capping off this this incredible journey.
Thank you. It's right down this hill, right?
Yeah, you got about a little less than a mile from here.
Want to jog it?
It's up to you.
I was only just walking the city. It's nice in here. Down there.
What's that?
Food.
Oh yeah, there's food.
Awesome. That's the one thing I'm in the need of. Sleep.
You didn't sleep?
Not since a day and a half ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Dude. No. Last night I got 40 minutes.
We do have some more celebrations at the finish here. Getting those finish photos. We are out following Abraham Goldring, New York, as he comes down Beaver Street, making his way to the finish line here in Heritage Square.
You're good. I will go around you. Don't worry about me. No, you're gonna go straight to be not this light, but the next light. I'm actually gonna jump around you and get on this side again.
We are going to send it up to Mount Elden here as well. I believe that right there was just bib 202. Helgi Olafsson right there. A lot happening up here at the Pete Mortimer aid station, Pete's Meats. We'll send it back down to
Top
Shad
Elden.
Cam.
The one we just came out from?
Yeah.
I had a really good veggie burger.
Yeah.
And some chicken.
Awesome.
I had a quick stop because it was cold.
Oh yeah.
So figured I'd keep it going.
And it looks like Jamil may have another runner. We'll need him to refresh his feed as it just went out.
Yeah.
Flat's easier to drop.
We are going to send it to the jam cam real quick as he has another runner coming in. See if we can get a bib number over there with Jamil. Bib 44 here. Nicola Grice, the British Columbia resident of Vancouver, British Columbia, our neighbors to the north. She's moving super strong right now as she's coming down Beaver Street. So we're going to have a couple of runners as Nicola hits the final kind of major street crossing here at the future Cheer and Beer and Cheer station at Beaver Street Liquors. And we are going to send it back
like,
to,
I don't know,
meant to be our next finisher
6
here.
to 8 more blocks, and then there'll be a left turn.
Mr. Abraham is making his way. Abraham Goldring here.
The next stoplight down there is where you're going to hang your left.
You can hear it. Mr. Goldring is just a few blocks away from the left-hand turn on Birch. And we do have eyes on another runner here up with Jeff. Jeff, if we can get a bib number here, that would be...
We got bib 148.
Bib 148, Miss Eric Estabrook of Vista, California. Huge shout out to him. He's making his way past the hospital. We're going to send it back down to Shad with Abraham Goldring, who is about to make the left-hand turn onto Birch in just a matter of moments here. We got 3 folks now coming down Beaver Street. Abraham Goldring here. We've got Nicola Grice right here. And then we just saw Eric Estabrook here. So we are going to keep it on Abraham Goldring for the time being. And Aaron Shimmons in the chat letting me know Nicola is from England, but lives in Vancouver. Here he is, I believe, caught. Crossing past the playhouse there. And then we have another runner up here. Bib 46. That was Miss Valerie. Valerie Nussbaumer from Hood River, Oregon. And for now, we're back to Abraham Goldring.
Cross the light, make a left. There's no traffic, so you can go. Block and a half left.
Less than 2 blocks to go for Abraham Goldring. New York, New York.
Straight.
Coming up to his final street crossing here before he turns down Cocodona Alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250 here in Heritage Square in Flagstaff, Arizona. Less than a block away. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here he comes, Mr. Abraham Goldring coming to the finish line. Absolutely incredible run here from Abraham. And there he is, the New Yorker. And look at that. Excellent shot there, courtesy of our good filmer, our good friend, great filmer, Miss Wardia. And it looks like we do have, and we'll have Jamil refresh his feed here real quick. And here we have Eric Estabrook. Jamil is trying to currently keep up with Nicola Grice, the Vancouver resident, the English-born. And here she comes down Birch,
just
less
like
than 2
another
blocks away.
Block and a half or a half a block. I'll make sure you make the turn. There's a little alleyway. It's after this street crossing, and it's like halfway up this building.
And just to correct Jamil on camera here, it's not just a little alleyway. It is the iconic Cocodona Alley as we make the final street crossing here. Less than a block before the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley into the finish here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Nicola Grice,
there's the
ladies
orange
and gentlemen.
sticker right there. We'll be right in that alley. Nice work.
Coming to the finish here. What an absolutely incredible run from Nicola. And there she is. And look at that. Absolutely incredible. And then the John Cena, you can't see me. What an absolutely incredible run. She was running so strong down such a strong run down Beaver Street there. And we're going to send it out to our Jeff Cam here, who has Eric Estabrook. As he is making his way down Beaver Street. It looks like I'm about to be joined here at the commentary desk by the legendary Chris Warden, who kept the mics hot early into the morning.
You throw that term now around in such a cavalier fashion this morning.
Well, I'm out of word after a week of being on the broadcast. I'm out of words. I need to have like a thesaurus in front of me.
Good point.
A cheat sheet here as we're following in Eric Estabrook. We have audio here. It just is a little crackly.
Sure. Then again, so are we at this point of the week. We're all a little bit crackly at this point.
And so, Chris, we have had just an absolute party here in Heritage Square this morning. We saw Morgan Weinberg doing her best Cole Crosby impression, coming down Beaver Street to the point where we almost missed her. If it wasn't for our good friend Shad hopping back out to
Shad is back out there.
Shad is back out there.
Oh, man, mad respect for
Shout out to Shad. I think the last time I talked to Shad last night, he got in over 60 follow cam miles exclusively, and he didn't start until Joe McConaughey finished.
Yeah.
So huge shout out to Shad. But right now, the man of the moment on the Jeff cam here, Eric Estabrook. The Vista, California resident, looking really strong here as he is just moments from making his left-hand turn onto Birch.
I feel as though I've gotten to know that stretch of Beaver Street very well at this point.
Yep.
Trading from Beaver onto Birch.
Pull this audio. Yep. It's been amazing. You did, unfortunately, miss the Denim Cowboy himself, Tony Tatiaski.
Oh.
Came into the finish. Got a big hug from Jamil as Jamil was heading back out on course. So that was pretty exciting. But the man of the hour, Eric Estabrook here, about to make his final street crossing before turning down Cocodona Alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, for those tuning in now that might have missed it last night, we did have a little bit of drama at the final cutoff aid station in Walnut Canyon. Everybody was in, but we did have one runner not make it out, and that was bib number 215, Stephen Kuntz. We unfortunately lost him, but congratulations to all the runners that have made it in over the past couple hours.
And a huge congratulations here to Eric Estabrook as he comes to the finish. And look at the party that awaits him here.
Such great energy.
Absolutely incredible. Airplane arms into the finish, followed by a big hug. So amazing.
There were some runners with some amazing entourages last night.
And we're going to send it out.
Phyllis Stanley had a group of like 30 people waiting for her at the finish at after midnight.
Yep.
It was truly something to behold.
And we're going to send it back out to the camera feed of Dr. Stephen Crawford, who was following in Valerie Nussbaumer of Hood River, Oregon. She's making her way down Beaver Street here.
Crossing Elm.
Crossing Elm, which just means a few blocks to go.
Yeah. As we've learned this week, the streets along Beaver that intersect with it are in alphabetical order. So she has to just work her way up the alphabet to B, where Birch Street is the left turn she'll be taking.
Say hi to the people.
Hi.
Hey, great
She's still
job
moving
out
so
there.
strong. Big smile on the face still. Looks like after Valerie, we may have a little pause, a little bit of breathing room after all the excitement that has occurred so far.
At this point, a little bit of breathing room is about 6 minutes.
Yeah. Looks like we've got some Arizonans making their way out of Buffalo Park here. Lisa Kravitz.
Oh, good.
Larry Phoenix. Larry Phoenix making his way home.
I can't wait to see Lisa Kravitz finish. I've actually known her and her family for many years and have done training for events with her. Met her on Camelback Mountain out here, as she is, by her own estimation, climbed Camelback Mountain roughly 7,000 times over the last 25 years.
And looks like we just
Valerie,
crossed Dale here, so she's about to cross Cherry.
Yeah.
Which will be the final crossing
where you're
before
at.
the left-hand turn onto Birch.
Valerie, yet another runner from the Pacific Northwest who have made an excellent showing here at this year's Cocodona 250. They came into Arizona and just kind of made it their own place for a week.
Yeah, it's been amazing to be able to follow all of these journeys and be able to bring so many of these wonderful folks into the finish line here.
It is great to see them on this final stretch and to see their spirit. I mean, 250 miles into a 5-day odyssey across the state of Arizona.
And there you see the crossing of Cherry. Just by the Playhouse now.
Just you go across the street, you cross the stoplight, you're going to turn left.
Okay.
You're going to see the sticker. That'll use that sticker kind of glowing. And then you're going to go straight across one street, and we'll get you turned right into the alley, Cocodona Alley.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. You can see it, and you know she's pushing through it. Now Valerie is at the corner of Beaver Street and Birch, going to take a left-hand turn after crossing the street.
Turn left here.
And here she is, less than 2 blocks away. Finish of the Cocodona 250. She caps what will be a memorable journey.
Absolutely.
She is approaching that final street crossing.
We're all clear.
She is less than a block away from the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish
past the
of
rock
the Cocodona
wall.
250.
The rock wall that we've gotten to know very well over the course of the last 2.5 days of finishers. Past the boutique shop and the parking garage ramp coming up here on her right.
Right here.
Makes that right turn, and
Here's that right-hand turn. She's coming into the finish. She can see the iconic finish line arch. Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen, from Hood River, Oregon. Valerie Nussbaumer making her way across the finish line.
And you can tell, yeah, she is feeling it right now. Probably feeling a significant amount of pain and also feeling some relief and joy here as she crosses the finish line at the Cocodona 250 in 117 hours, 34 minutes, and 54 seconds.
Absolutely amazing.
Congratulations to Valerie Nussbaumer for a job well done. Yeah, pushing through it. And thanks to those of you that are sticking around after your runner, or your quote runner, finishes, because you know, I think it's great that everybody's here to see their person, but when they stick around, even beyond that, to see and cheer on other runners, I think it helps keep the energy up, not only for the runners, but for us as well on a personal level.
We will send it up to the Mount Elden aid station here. See if we can get any bib numbers for the runners we have in here.
Looks like that should be bib number 207, Corin Brown.
About to leave.
Yep. The Flagstaff native or
Just
resident.
A nice little hike or jog home from here at this point.
Looks like Eduardo Sanchez, bib 100, just recently left. We got a handful of runners making their way across the saddle.
Good job. Good go. Get it.
Here goes Flagstaff's own Corin Brown. I imagine very familiar with this stretch down to the finish here.
Yeah, Corin, good job.
Huge shout out to our filmer up on Elden, Nate, getting us all these amazing shots, keeping us updated.
Just a little bit. You got people rooting for it.
I see.
Plenty to see here. Are you kidding?
Matt, do you think we can flip over to the shad cam here?
Yep,
really
we've
quick?
got our next runner coming in on the shad cam.
And as I can see, Lisa Kravitz being paced by, I believe, the 2019 Stagecoach 100 winner, Darren Roos.
Yeah. Who's getting me to the finish line?
Hi, Lisa. It's Chris Warden. How are you doing?
We made up a lot of ground yesterday.
Chris Warden says hi.
Hi, Chris Warden.
Darren has also.
I did it. Yay.
You did it. I'm so proud of you, Lisa.
It was tough, but I did it.
Darren is.
I'm now officially a Cocodona. Yay!
Cocodona, meaning she gave it all out on the course. I like that. I see Darren's husband and one of Lisa's other, or Darren's wife rather, and one of Lisa's other pacers, Melissa, in the chat. And oh, by the way, happy birthday, Melissa. I believe that her birthday is tomorrow, maybe Monday. I know some of these people. That's what makes it so much fun. Yeah.
We got Alicia Judy cheering for Lisa. Sherry Sadler.
Sherry Sadler.
Got some big Lisa energy in the chat,
yeah.
that's for sure.
Sherry Sadler, another local runner who has run alongside Lisa, shared many miles with her.
Hours ahead of her projected time.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'm not sure if family or friends will be here to see her cross.
But I got you.
Yes.
I got I got Chris Warden.
I'm sure there's.
I guarantee there's a lot of people there to cheer you in.
There's probably a bunch of people there.
Yeah, I've been following along on, you know, obviously a personal vested interest in some of these runners. And
I feel like a celebrity.
You are a celebrity.
Right now you are a celebrity, Lisa. This is your floor. I actually just got a text from Sherry, who is in California right now, listening to the call and enjoying the coverage. So
we layered up, and then of course, now we're like, oh my gosh, we're just sweating.
Thank you.
just a few short blocks from the finish line, Lisa Kravitz.
Looking so good. Thank you. Enjoy the finish.
Lisa actually took a leave of absence from her job to prepare for this race. She wanted to do it right. And another runner coached by running coach, I guess, superstar James Bonet.
Yep.
Ah, I see James has joined. I literally said that before I even saw that. The legendary James Bonet has joined us in the chat. James giving his congratulations on the live stream.
There she gets a high five from the doctor himself, Stephen Crawford.
We are a very tight-knit community here in the Arizona trail running scene, and I got to tell you, Matt, this really does make me feel good.
Yeah, and I think this is our filmer, Josh, who got in a gazillion miles yesterday filming that lady who was just cheering at the corner of Beaver and Hunt that we saw. Was there a lot of yesterday afternoon as well, just cheering for runners. And I do remember that as well. She's got her bike, I believe, just off the side and is always there cheering. So shout out to Josh and shout out to that lady. Hopefully we'll have more Flagstaff locals coming out next year. Hopefully we'll have some beer and cheer stations set up. And we'll be able to make this a really fun atmosphere, a more fun atmosphere than it already is.
Yeah, for those familiar with Darren, Lisa's
in just a second here, we're going to switch over to the Stephen Cam, and we do have her, the Cocodona cheer lady, as she is now called.
So tell me where you were this morning.
Oh, I walked my dog up to Buffalo Park and cheered on about 10 runners.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate you cheering on all these runners.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
We're going to send it back here to Lisa Kravitz.
Now we're back with eyes on Lisa and Darren. Fun fact about Lisa's pacer, Darren, I don't think anybody does any more miles on South Mountain here in Phoenix than Darren Roos. He does a ton of climbing out there.
We do have our next runner here, Larry Phoenix, coming in.
Flagstaff resident Larry Phoenix, correct?
He is. He's making his way home, but we're sending it for the time being. We're going to follow in.
Lisa, I am so proud of you. I know I am just over the moon that Lisa is finishing this race and doing so faster than she expected.
This is a long escort weekend.
Lisa had battled through some injury issues over the past several years. Some pretty devastating injuries in regards to knee issues that would have waylaid other runners. But Lisa fought through it, and it took her several years to get through it all.
Block and a half left.
After having run several hundred milers in 1 year. Back in 2017, but now she is finishing the longest race she has ever run to date, the Cocodona 250.
Thank you.
She is about to make the final street crossing here.
I'm sure that her husband Gary is at the finish line waiting to see her.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Lisa had an excellent set of people helping her out this week. Darren Roos, his wife Melissa. I know that Pat Votruba, who joined us on the commentary on night one, paced her for a little while as well.
She is about to make that right-hand turn
Awesome
down
job.
Cocodona Alley. And here she comes, Lisa Kravitz, coming to the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
To coin your phrase, I literally have goosebumps right now. Lisa, great job. On a personal level, I like I said, I am so proud of her. There's her husband, Gary, greeting her with a huge hug. And he's also so supportive of what she does out there on the trails. You know, Her family is all in with what she does, and now I am getting emotional watching this because those are two great people right there.
Absolutely amazing. And we're going to send it out here to the camera of Dr. Stephen Crawford. This is our next finisher, Larry Phoenix.
Runners are coming in fast and furious here.
The Flagstaffin himself making his way home, making his way into the heart of Flagstaff and Heritage Square. He's making the left-hand turn on Birch. Less than 2 blocks to go before he turns down Cocodona Alley and makes his way to the finish.
Hi to the people. Woo!
Hi to the people.
Love it. Let's go, Larry.
Still has his wits about him 250 miles into his race.
Yeah, I like running an 8:50 pace. This is awesome. You want to hit 8:30 while you're at it?
His final street crossing here.
I don't know that hit Busters, but go for it.
Less than a block away.
I don't care. I'm almost done here.
From the finish.
Right here's your turn coming up.
Right between after the building, right?
Yep, go cook it in the alley.
And a fist bump for the,
and
the filmer here. And here he comes down Cocodona Alley.
Just taking that hard right.
Larry Phoenix, the Flagstaff resident. And look at all that energy there. Absolutely amazing. 2 jumps. We've seen the 1 jumps. We've seen the leapfrog over the brick barriers, and look at this.
Taking a move and making his, creating his own.
An incredible fan club there for the Flagstaff resident, Larry Phoenix. James Tatiaski, who was able to see his brother finish. Brother, I believe, yeah?
Yeah.
Finish earlier, saying hi to Larry. And we've got, that's not all, ladies and gentlemen. We've got more madness to follow, as it looks like we have eyes on our next runner via the Jeff Cam. And we've got bib 180, Mr. Casey Morrell. Morrell?
I think Morrell from Texas.
Irving, Texas. We'll see if we've got some audio here. He's crossing, I believe, Cherry Street there by the Playhouse, which means he'll be making that left-hand turn on to Birch. I think that might be another place where we may need a cheer and beer station there.
Hey, we could line
patio of Dark Sky Brewing.
I think it would be pretty wonderful to line the streets of Flagstaff in future years once the awareness of the Cocodona reaches a much higher pitch.
Just see our filmers heading back out there in the background.
Yeah.
To get the miles back in.
Our follow filmer is doing a great job out there. And yeah, I think that it would be neat to have, for instance, say from Beaver Street Liquors, the same way that runners are able to have everybody follow them and pace them in at Western States, to have that ability for friends and family and anybody who wants to come along with the final 5 or 6 blocks of the Cocodona 250 to be able to enjoy it with them. Because a lot of these runners have been crewed and paced by people over the last 4 or 5 days. It's a whole week. It's a big obligation to support these runners. When you think about what goes into crewing a runner, even for a 100-miler, and you don't just multiply that by 2.5, you multiply it by much more than that, because it's a lot more time involved for these runners. They're spending an entire week.
Yeah.
Not to mention the preparation that goes in prior to this.
Yeah.
On the whole.
Casey making that final street crossing himself.
It's hard to beat the views there.
Birch.
Less than a block away now. Turn into the finish line of the Cocodona 250 at Heritage Square.
Distraction.
What an incredible journey. He is about to make that right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley here. Shaking the hand of race director Steven Adderholt. Absolutely amazing. Here he comes.
Picking up the pace for that finish line photo right there. You love to see it.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Congratulations to Casey Morrell for a race well run.
Looks like filmers are still heading back out, so we'll send it up to Elden. Check in up there. We've got a few runners, looks like, who are still maybe making their way up Mount Elden. Got a couple runners in the aid station, it looks like. And we do have eyes on our next runner. Let's see if we can just get some audio from Nate. Nate, who do we have up there? Oh, that is...
We have David Adams,
yep, that is
225.
225. I recognize the shorts. Give David a big thank you for wearing the shorts so that I can identify him. It's greatly appreciated. He's having himself a great race. We're going to send it back down to the finish area as Shad
There's so many of you badasses coming in that
is following folks in still.
the energy is high down there.
Looks like that's runner number 136, Cassidy Hood from Idaho. And you bring up a good point, Matt. If you plan on running this race in the future and you want us to recognize who you are, wear something distinctive.
Well, yeah, I mean, David Adams, he's been wearing those shorts. I remember seeing him at Fort Tuthill.
Yeah.
And I kept it in my mind here. We had Josh Locke wearing the banana yellow hooded long sleeve.
Absolutely. And, of course, sweetheart of the audience, Tony Tatiaski, showing up in literal cowboy attire. But, yeah, you know, it you don't have...
And Sean Nakamura, this just stuck out to me with the pink hat attached to the backpack or on his head. And again, we have Cassidy Hood.
I also want to dedicate this race to my mom. So, thank you, Mom.
Is that a shout out to Mom?
I could have done it without her.
Appropriate on this Mother's Day weekend. It is Mother's Day weekend, right?
Fun, it was good.
That's where we're at in this race, folks. The commentators are having to double check what day it is. I do know that it is Saturday morning here in Arizona.
And here comes maybe it'll be the legendary left on Birch.
The legendary left.
You guys want to smell?
We do throw that word around in a very cavalier fashion, but I think that in this case, it truly is a legendary left.
He is less than 2 blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250.
Looking good.
Hailing from Meridian, Idaho.
Right, my pacer and my crew. Yeah.
Yet another Northwest runner making a great showing here at the Cocodona 250.
Final street crossing here. Less than a block away from the turn on to Cocodona Alley into the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
Right here. It's all you, man. Good job.
Here he comes, Cassidy Hood, Meridian, Idaho's own, coming into the finish, and we'll see if I have no words. Absolutely amazing. And the bow. And a much deserved finish line high fives here. Calm, cool, and collected as he crosses the finish line. Absolutely amazing. He was running so strong there at the finish as well. We got some Pacific Northwest love from the Chasing Cutoffs podcast. Shout out to you all over there. And what a performance. And he just handed his pack to Stephen Adderholt, who, as I could read the lips, said, as he felt how heavy it was, "Oh, shit."
Yeah, it is interesting to see how the packs that the runners are carrying vary from
there
runner
it
to
is.
runner.
The Liquid Death. I believe that is the lime flavor of Liquid Death, and the belt buckle. Forged from Arizona copper down in Tucson. Shout out to Cassidy Hood.
Yeah.
One of
great
the
job.
best finish line celebrations there. You know, the bow, the high fives, and then making sure he gave Liquid Death a little plug there.
Yeah, it's as if he knows what we're looking for at the finish line. And yeah, he has this kind of swagger about him right now. He's like, yeah, I did it. Yeah, that was me.
Well, he probably feels like $1 million now that he got his through hiking pack off of his back.
Yep.
The only thing missing is we see Lisa
see
Kravitz.
Lisa Kravitz talking to Cocodona competitor Margaret de Hess on the left-hand side. Of course, Margaret did not have the race that she had expected or hoped, but after dropping at Fain Ranch this year, she came back out to pace after her day drew to a close, after her week drew to a close, which is truly impressive.
And we are going to send it to our static cam here.
Yeah, at this point, from here on out, it is a steady diet of Cocodona finishers.
Looks like our next runner is likely to be Stephen Turner. So he's making his way out of Buffalo Park down to the mean streets, Flagstaff, Arizona. He's got about 2 kilometers left in his run, a little over a mile. We have our camera operators heading back out to find the next batch of runners. Sounds like Margaret paced Danelle Soto.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's who she paced. But, yeah, I thought it was pretty amazing that even though she did drop from Cocodona, she still wanted to get some more miles in. So she wanted to capture, as much of the week as she could. I know that she did a lot of training on this course and a lot of preparation. And even though she didn't have the race result on a personal level, I hope that she had a fulfilling week simply by getting as far as she did in the race and by also helping runners as they finish the Cocodona 250.
And I did get a message just now from Aravaipa's own Morgan Weinberg, who I let her know that she did an excellent job and nearly dropped our camera operators coming in. We almost didn't catch her. She caught us all by surprise. But thanks to the good buddy Shad for hopping in and getting that, and on tired legs, keeping up to the finish. She said that she had dropped her pacer. None of her crew and friends were there. And she said, and I quote, "That's what whiskey in your coffee at the top of Elden will do."
Oh, my.
So shout out to the good folks at Pete's Meats Aid Station up on Mount Elden for, giving Morgan the energy she needed late into the race to absolutely bomb down Beaver Street and crush it to the finish.
I'm sure that whiskey was of extremely high caliber as well.
Yeah, I forget what brand it was. Pete showed us the stuff he had up there yesterday.
Oh, is it the same stuff he had earlier this week?
Pete was up there. Maybe if Pete is watching.
Well, I know that whiskey drinkers are flavor loyalists. I can actually tell you, Monkey Shoulder.
Yep. Yeah, it might have been that. He had something up. He had bottles of stuff up on the...
Yeah, I assume he would have a variety as well. Probably has a few labels that he is loyal to.
Tired legs, nothing a little whiskey can't fix, right?
This, of course, is the Cocodona 250 finish line where all these runners are aspiring to be. Between now and noon local time, it is just after 8 a.m. in Arizona. So the runners at the top of Elden and those that are summiting Elden here shortly have just under 4 hours to complete the Cocodona 250 in the allotted 122 hours.
And it looks like our next finisher, Stephen Turner, should be making that left-hand turn off of Forest Avenue onto Beaver Street, right up by the hospital, so we should have eyes on him soon.
Keeping an eye out on the further back runners that are heading up Mount Elden. I'm operating under the assumption that the runners at the back of the pack are going to want to get out of the Mount Elden aid station by perhaps 10 a.m. at the absolute latest, because it is about 7.5 miles to the top of Elden, or from the top of Elden down to the Heritage Square finish line, which giving them about 16 minutes per mile to complete the last few miles of this race. That's a very aggressive hike for a lot of these runners at this point in the race. But I would assume there would be one last punch of adrenaline coursing through their veins as they make the entry from the Elden path to Buffalo Park and into Flagstaff. I would hope that they would be able to make one last push. They've all pushed so far and so hard to get this far. And I would love nothing more than to see all of the remaining runners on this course get to the Cocodona 250 finish line.
And a fun note from our stats guru, Christina Coppola, who's also our kind of runs our printing operations here.
Mm-hmm.
Creates a lot of the incredible merch that we've been wearing.
She's
Margaret DeHess, an Aussie.
Yeah.
So shout out to Margaret. If she ever hears this, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Love it.
She also is the owner of Rim Runners up in Payson, the running store that a lot of the runners will get their gear for last-minute purchases at both the Mogollon Monster 100 and the Zane Grey 100K. Of course, if you've never run in and around the Mogollon Rim, it is a treat. That is perhaps the only thing missing from the Cocodona 250, obviously that would make it the Cocodona 350 if we were to try and incorporate that. And I am not one to try and give Jamil any ideas.
Well, Jamil said he's already heard people wanting the Cocodouble 3 times in the last hour earlier.
Yeah, they can have it.
They were suggesting an out and back, and he said, there's enough trail. We could probably give you fresh stuff on the way back.
This is true. As you can see, Howie Stern, the legendary race and wilderness photographer, having passed through your screen with his beautiful, beautiful dog, Mishka.
Mishka, so another celebrity sighting.
Yes.
I think that Mishka is famous by now. A lot of runners stopping to talk and pet Mishka out on the course while Howie was filming.
Annie Hughes stopped and dropped everything when she saw Mishka on the trail. Mishka's got some of the most beautiful eyes that you've ever seen on a dog, and was actually a rescue, I believe, from here in Phoenix.
Amazing. Shout out to Howie.
Yeah, Howie's a great guy. Very supportive of the running community. Obviously captures people at their best and their worst. Probably, I would assume, Ultra Running Magazine's got a future cover photo coming from this race somewhere.
I hope.
Yeah,
would be the thing I would say.
Perhaps a finish line photo from Annie Hughes or String Bean Joe McConaughey,
or maybe something on course like
That's
last
true.
year. They had the legendary. I need to think of another word besides iconic and legendary. the amazing tunnel photo.
Yes,
that,
the tunnel photo.
made the
I
cover.
do remember that. Yeah, we're just so fortunate to have these trails and these people in our community.
So again, if you were just joining us, we are tuned in here at the finish line of the Cocodona 250 Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. We have eyes up Hospital Hill, I believe, although that feed might be frozen. So we'll see if Jeff can refresh his feed.
Yeah, everybody at the back of the pack has at least started the Elden ascent at this point. So.
Yep, and I just got word that there are about 4 or 5 people coming into Elden in the next 5 minutes from our filmer, Nate. He's currently recharging the battery up there. Said he'll pop back on whenever they begin to arrive, so we'll be able to check in there.
This is exciting. All runners are now within 10 miles of the finish line.
We should...
And, of course, for those of you that are playing around with the tracker, as we are, it makes following those runners easier because you have less area to follow and scroll through as you are using the tracking widget for Cocodona.
Looks like we're trying to get some camera feeds back up, as we should have bib 129, Stephen Turner, at any minute now. So again, we are trying to get eyes out there. I'm getting words sent to me here. Oh, and our chat wasn't refreshing. Sorry, chat. We were not seeing these comments coming in. So we're going to have to follow up on this. It's Australia After Dark over there for Jem Rooney.
Yeah, Jem was noting that it was 4 in the afternoon when it was 2 a.m. here. So now he knows how it feels. Oh, Drew with the heads up.
Yeah, bottles of Bullet on the aid station cameras. Looks like we do have some eyes up on Mount Elden here. So we have runners coming in. See if we can get some bib numbers.
Blueberries? Yes. We do have blueberries. Cup full?
203.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
Bib 203.
Is that the legendary Jeff Browning working the aid station up there?
I believe I saw Bronco Billy there.
Yep, there he is right there.
I think I'm
or is he pacing somebody?
I'm not sure. Looks like he might be pacing.
Jeff, you kick your ass. You're like,
I believe.
Yeah,
Zaluzzi in the background. Julian has been up atop Elden the entirety of the week, doing a lot of work to get these runners ready for that final descent into Flagstaff.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 months ago, bro.
That's amazing. Well, I hope I am functional.
What? Waters?
Right here. Yeah, I thought I could just slide
I just needed to get that out of the way.
Oh. Yeah, no, you kicked my ass at that up for air in Missoula. Like, that was a great day. It was like, yeah. That was my personal elevation gain record. I think, yeah, it was like a 20. Yeah, yellow one. You got 20,000 more.
I got 20 something. 22. I got 52 miles, 54 miles, I can't remember, something like that.
I got 44 miles. I was planning on getting 6 loops, and like
They're moving.
everybody else was crushing it so hard. I got 8. Very inspiring.
Nice.
Yeah, it's great seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you.
I really want to be done with this.
Did you bang your knee?
I tore my quad.
Oh.
Here.
That's not good.
Yeah. We iced it. Tylenol. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what. It's pretty minimal hair, but it's like bad enough that.
We're going to send it down here to Jeff. Jeff, who do we have here? Is this bib 129?
They do a lot for him.
Yeah.
This is bib. Which bib number is this?
There you go. And we're
129.
Hey. Yeah. Did an extra loop.
He did an extra loop, so he did eventually make his way back.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
He is heading, it looks, back up Hospital Hill to rejoin the course.
Yeah, so we're here at the corner of Beaver again, and here we can start headed down Beaver, and then we'll cross.
Yeah, for those concerned, obviously, if you see Beaver Street Liquors, then you know you're in the right place.
Yep, so he is back on course here.
Doing great. Yep.
I have to admit, he has this kind of, like, I'm ready to be done with this look. Steven Turner does, adding himself a little bit of extra credit. And now picking up the pace as he heads down Beaver Street on his way to the Cocodona 250 finish line.
Steven Turner from Rye, New Hampshire.
from the looks of things, it looks like our final competitor, Stephen Park, is about halfway up the Elden ascent on his way to the final aid station. After he gets to the top of the climb, he will run along the ridge near the top of Elden until he hits the aid station about a mile beyond that point. But yeah, as I mentioned, all runners are within the final 10 miles of the course of the Cocodona 250. Arnold, there are signs literally at every corner. They're right in front of the runners. They're right on the sidewalk. And the course is still pin flagged even through town.
And again, we are tuned in here to Stephen Turner, who is just blocks away from making the left-hand turn onto Birch. And then following him in the not-too-distant future, it looks like we're going to have another line of runners.
Yeah.
We're going to have Carmel Olrug from Cleveland, Ohio. We're going to have Lee Connor from Cleveland, Ohio. Ken Tullock. And Mark McConnell. So those four runners all in pretty close proximity there as they're leaving Buffalo Park.
All four of them from out east, varying from, I believe, Ohio to Connecticut.
It looks like we have a few runners about to come up Elden as well. We've got eyes over there, and we're going to come to the finish line cam for just a second. There's my lovely wife standing in front of the finish line cam, trying to get her moment of fame as she has our children down there bringing in the sights and sounds. And here she knows there's my little boy repping the NAU Lumberjacks. We're going to send it back. There's my beautiful daughter. And we're going to send it back to Mr. Turner here as he is now about to make the left-hand turn onto Birch. Scott S. in the chat that we should have orange rope from the trailhead to the finish line. I think we should have a crowd full of fans.
I think that would be the best way to go.
From the trailhead to the finish line. That's what I believe.
You don't have to actually,
You can book your flights now for next year's race to come out here and become a part of the cheer squad for all these runners.
There's nothing prohibiting you from being out here for this race next year. We'd love to have people out here in any capacity. Obviously, we'd love to see them running.
Here he is, getting a little fist bump. We're going to bring in, I know the audio is going to be a little choppy, his final street crossing before he makes the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250.
Joe, great job.
There he is. Stephen Turner, ladies and gentlemen. The gate is still open, but he's going to have to go around the truck as he makes his way to the finish line. of the Cocodona 250. The great Howie Stern going to capture the moment here. Stephen
That's
Turner.
Going to be a priceless photo right there.
Absolutely amazing.
Stephen Turner, the most recent finisher of the Cocodona 250. Congratulations to him.
I'm not sure. It looks like Jeff has someone on camera. Jeff, do we have runners or are these crew? Oh, it looks like Jeff is going back out here. We do have something on the Stephen cam here. Dr. Stephen Crawford getting us bib 177. Ken Tullock. And I think Stephen is just muted on his end. There we have it.
Say hi to the people. Say hi to the people.
Hi to the people.
Hi to the people.
So glad to be done with this. Rockadona 250.
Rockadona.
The pride of Coast Cobb, Connecticut, making his way down Beaver Street here.
I was born and raised in Scotland, though. So.
Born and raised in Scotland.
Yeah, I am Scottish.
We love it.
If I have a few drinks at the finish line, I can get my accent back for you in about a few drinks.
I love it. I love it. That sounds it sounds like some of those drinks are hopefully awaiting you as you cap off this incredible journey.
Yeah, I can't wait.
What did you eat on top of Elden?
That was brutal.
Did you get any whiskey up there? Or scotch?
We were saying prayers. My buddy went the wrong way and he went straight up instead on the switchback. And then he got stuck. He couldn't get down. He couldn't go up. We all had to kind of rescue him and have him come over to the side. That was a scary moment. But all worked out. It's all good.
Awesome.
Okay. How far have we got now?
Down the hill, 2 stoplights. Hang a left. Another street.
Okay.
Hang a right to down Cocodona Alley. So no big whoop.
Well,
after all you've done, no big whoop.
I am going to step on the gas a little bit more.
Do what you need to do. It's your race, not mine.
Get that chocolate
It's your
milk.
pace.
May as well. You're mangled anyway, right?
Yeah.
What's a few extra lumps in them? A few extra blisters. Get them all popped at once. Why not? The old knees held up, so this is there a little bit of enjoyment, you know. Like taking your old dog for a, last little hurrah in the mountains. You know. That's what we got. Maybe we can get it up to 12-minute pace or something, right?
You're at 12:15 right now.
Ooh, we can break that. How about now?
11:40.
Oh, 11:40. Downhill. Taking a left at these lights?
Nope, one more after this one.
One more after this one, and then taking a left.
Yep, that's Birch Street. You get to it. Not there yet. This is the liquor store.
Oh, no. Not now.
We'll get that walk button for you. I'm hitting the walk button.
Oh, we're racing?
No, we're not racing.
Well, it looks like he is about to make the left-hand turn here momentarily.
Nope, keep going. Yeah, we'll go ahead and cross.
Oh, he's crossing the last major intersection there at Beaver Street.
go. Nothing like racing the camera guy and finish line. We're at 10:05. 10:05 pace. I'm sure I wasn't doing that.
Ken is absolutely crushing it down Beaver Street here. As he makes his way to the finish of the Cocodona 250. He's got folks out cheering him along.
Not yet. Okay, down the hill some more.
He's running so strong here. Again, this is bib 177. Ken Tullock, Scottish runner, who now lives in Coscob, Connecticut. He is trying to put it on our filmer, our camera operator, Dr. Stephen Crawford here.
$7.25. Keep on going. That was Elm.
Just a few more blocks for the left-hand turn. On to Birch.
Dale, 2 more streets. Pop across Cherry. We got 1 more after this one. Keep on going. 1 more after this.
He's about to cross Cherry Street here. Heading to the light to turn left on Birch, where he will then just be 2 blocks away.
All right, at the stoplight, cross the street and then turn left. So keep going. Up left, you're on left. So go across, and left now.
Here he is.
Trying to
Ken
figure out
Tullock.
who that is serving as the run cheer squad as well.
Yeah, they've been out there for a few runners now.
We'll see if after the finish here, maybe we can find out who our
here he is, his last street crossing here.
Ken Tullock.
And he is absolutely flying less than a block away from the finish here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona.
Right down
Here
here.
comes down Cocodona Alley.
Actually, I kind of wonder. I might know who the cheer squad is.
Here he comes, Ken Tullock, ladies and gentlemen. Your most recent finisher, the Cocodona 250. He was absolutely flying here.
To Ken.
He wants He wants a liquid death, maybe an adult bevy.
Hey, Stephen, do we know who the run cheer squad at the running the runners into the finish is?
He'll find out for us here when he gets up there, and we do have eyes on some more runners coming in at Mount Elden here. We'll have to get some bibs here on Elden if we can.
We have Colleen and Saul.
Oh,
how you guys doing?
Saul here.
The Vidros.
Nice.
Is it Vidro or Vidrio?
Yeah, you did.
Vidrio?
Good job.
To double check. Yeah,
you almost
Vidrios.
slid off the mountain twice?
Yeah.
Just twice.
Just twice.
I know, so, no, she was tough today for sure.
Yeah. Looking good though.
Thank you.
Having an incredible run.
Husband and wife heading towards the finish line.
Yeah. That's amazing.
We are going to check
job.
in with the cheer squad here.
All right. They want to know who you. The people want to know who you are, because you're the Great Cheer Squad.
Oh, it's Dawn.
There's Dawn Greenwald, last year's second place female.
These runners are so impressive. Oh my gosh. Closing it out. Flagstaff. Yes. Oh, we got. Is this a runner? Oh man. Don't look like this.
Dawn has been all over this as well. Same way you have, Stephen. In studio, out on the course, shepherding runners into the finish line. This is awesome.
Looks like I'm going to need Jeff to refresh his feed. Steven, can you follow them in
Refresh
for
your
me?
feed, Jeff.
Can you follow them in
Refresh
just
your
until he
feed,
gets
Jeff.
it refreshed? Want to make sure that we
Hey, Jeff, refresh. I got it.
thank you all so much. And this is how we do it on the fly here. We're going to follow these runners in, and then we'll take a check-in back at Elden again. And this right here are our two Cleveland, Ohio residents. We got the legend Lee Connor and the great Carmel Say
hi to the people.
Olrog or Olrogi?
Yeah. Huge shout out to these two. Can we get a little OHIO shout out here? They're moving so strong right now. So they are about to cross.
Okay. Right after attending ice cream sign. Guys, you can't stop now, though. That little rod out your chin.
Here they go, about to make the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. And we're going to see them into the finish here.
Amazing work by Stephen Crawford to follow these runners in. Congratulations
Incredible.
to Carmel and Lee.
And look at the energy right here at the finish. Carmel and Lee concluding their incredible journey here in downtown Flagstaff, the heart of Heritage Square. We're going to send it back up to Mount Elden here.
How's your spot? Is it upside down?
It's pinging okay.
No, I'm just looking at a race man.
Oh, okay.
it's upside down. I think it's the jacket covers the spot.
Yeah. Hey, cool. Yeah, you guys are doing great.
The Vidrio's hitting Elden Aid, and from here
we do have our next finisher coming down Beaver Street here, so we'll send it down to Jeff. Got Jeff's feed, got some audio.
And that would be, I believe, Mark McConnell.
Yep, that is bib 140. Mark McConnell, Rockville, Maryland. As he reaches the Great Cheer Squad. Passing the Playhouse here. He now has just a couple of blocks before he makes the left-hand turn onto Birch.
Right there.
Then he's almost there. He's almost home.
I mean, I'm sure that what these runners are feeling is nothing short of spectacular. And I would love to have that feeling, but I don't know if I'd want to go through what it took to get there. I mean, 250 miles across rugged terrain, lots of varied elevation, and trying to cover it all in 5 days, not easy. Not easy at all.
Sid in the chat. Love how the East Coast is representing. Shout out to all the East Coasters as we have a Maryland resident making his way to the finish.
Yep.
He's coming.
Looks like, yeah, Danelle Soto is off of Elden for the commenter. And she should be finishing fairly soon as well. She's about
Jeff
3
is
miles
about to
from
make
finish.
his final crossing here. Final street crossing before he turns down Cocodona Alley.
I believe that's LaRue Street that he crosses. That's the last crossing. I'm learning so much about the Flagstaff street grid over the course of the Cocodona 250. Taking that hard right down Cocodona Alley.
And here he comes. Bib 140, the Rockville, Maryland native. Mark McConnell, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the finish line here.
Congratulations to Mark and his Cocodona 250 finish.
Sending it back up to Elden. Does look like
the Vidrios.
Yeah, it looks like the Vidrios are heading down Elden Lookout Road now, so short stop up there.
It looks like Jeff Browning, the legend himself, is pacing the Vidrios. You know, you couldn't ask for a better escort through into Flagstaff than Bronco Billy himself.
There you see it.
You know, that's
Saul and Colleen.
That's just amazing.
Escorted down.
You know,
when you get Bronco Billy,
you get one of the best trail runners in the world to accompany you as you're heading down Elden.
And we do have another runner coming in here. In a matter of moments.
We missed the bib on that one.
It's really been fun. Places you'll never see. You don't do it on foot.
Oh, that is going to be our oldest finisher. That is Bart Mangino. I recognize the hat from the top of Elden. Thank you, Bart, for wearing the fluoro hat for me. I appreciate it.
Again, as we've mentioned, the easiest way for us to recognize you if we don't know you on the Cocodona 250 live stream is to wear something distinctive.
And he is now Just a few blocks away from the finish here. Downtown Flagstaff.
Thank you very much.
Great.
I got 3 seconds.
Another left.
Prescott Valley, Arizona. Running basically from his house up here into northern Arizona. Up into Flagstaff, moving so strong.
Yep.
Bart Mangino is about to become our next finisher of the 2022 Cocodona 250.
One more road crossing, and then you're going to take a right.
Thank you.
After the ice cream sign up there.
Alrighty.
Woohoo! Oh, yeah. Yeah. You can have yourself a
His
gallon.
final street crossing, about to make right-hand turn down the alleyway, now known as Cocodona Alley. Where the finish line party awaits our oldest finisher, Bart Mangino, Prescott Valley, Arizona. Here he is.
Congratulations to Bart.
There you see, greeted by his family, his friends. Absolutely amazing. Awesome job, Bart. Incredible run. And I believe that there's only one runner left to get up Elden. Stephen Park is heading up the Elden Lookout Trail. He still has a bit of a ways to get up there, but he is still moving forward, which is the most important thing, especially on that trail. Just one foot in front of the other.
Absolutely. Got to just get up to the top. The runners on the course still have roughly 3 hours and 15 minutes to complete their Cocodona 250 Odyssey.
So he currently being our final runner on course has 3 hours and 15 minutes to get through the Elden aid station, down the mountain, through Buffalo Park, and to the finish.
And as I mentioned, I just from experience, I think that the runners probably need to be departing Elden aid at by 10 a.m. to be safe, which would cause them to need to do about a 15, 16-minute mile shuffle for the remainder of the course. Of course, they actually drop about 1,800, 1,900 feet in elevation along the way, so that is going to aid them. But they are also 244, 245 miles into the race at that point. We will be spinning around to various coverage spots if we see we've got something. You can see some of the gear available for sale, the Cocodona gear. Several people waiting around the finish for these final few runners. And we'll keep an eye out for what Stephen and Shad are doing, among others. Jeff as well.
Looks like we should have Aaron Linehan and Courtney Boyle as kind of our next two coming in. Rebecca Williams also right in there. We may have a run on finishers again here. Patrick Grangs from Sierra Vista, Arizona, not too far behind them as well.
Yeah, all within a quarter of a mile of each other, and all within about a mile and a half of the finish. Of course, as soon as our follow cams on Beaver Street are able to pick them up, we will follow along on the final steps of their journey in the Cocodona 250.
Looks like we have about 23, 24 runners still out on course.
One runner I am actually excited to follow and see into the finish is Christine Kitzler from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Christine was the subject of some attention yesterday when her tracker had gone off course, and it had gone off course in such a fashion that I personally didn't think that it was possible. I thought it was simply a bad ping, but no, she had found herself a couple miles off course and on the other side of a residential area up there as she approached Walnut Canyon, and thankfully, or actually as she approached Fort Tuttle rather, and thankfully Race Command got to her and were able to get her pointed in the right direction, and now she is in the middle of the Elden descent.
And here we have, I believe, our Colorado contingent here.
Colorado and California.
Colorado and California. Awesome. Welcome to Flagstaff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Glad to be here. Yeah.
I'm sure. I bet you are. Yeah.
Right. We've got, so we've got Aaron Linehan, we've got Courtney Boyle, and we've got Rebecca Williams. All right there. All together.
All looking good.
Despite being from different states, they must know each other, as all three have matching hats. Unfortunately, we don't have any audio coming in. But if we do get audio, we will definitely listen in here. We are following the matching hat squad of Aaron Linehan, Courtney Boyle, and Rebecca Williams here. This is pretty sweet to see.
Yeah, for sure.
We're getting some cheers from the construction workers over there, and it looks like we had audio for a second, which was good. But you could see them wave. You could see the construction workers giving them a cheer.
And as the city of Flagstaff begins to wake up for this Saturday morning, and residents are out for their probably drive to go get some coffee in a leisurely fashion. We are bringing you the final hours of the Cocodona 250. As confirmed by our own Dawn Greenwald, Rebecca, Courtney, and Aaron coming in.
As they're now known as the Hat Squad.
The Hat Squad.
They will be making their left-hand turn onto Birch in just a few blocks, I do believe. I believe that is Elm.
So E, then D, then C, then B.
They are closing in on the finish now. Just a couple blocks away from the left-hand turn onto Birch.
Nice, steady, controlled pace as they head down Beaver Street.
And as we've seen throughout the course of this adventure, the matching Hat Squad has been rolling deep all week long. Coming past the Playhouse, they've got 1 block before the left on Birch, 2 blocks before the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square.
Yeah, pretty amazing that at a 250-plus mile odyssey across the state of Arizona is now being boiled down into a couple of blocks. As they are crossing Birch and taking that iconic left. Today is the Kentucky Derby, and some people consider that to be the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Frankly, I think that the run from the iconic left to the Cocodona finish line is the most exciting 2 minutes in sports at this point.
And once these folks finish, we will have eyes on our next finisher behind them. It should be bib 213, Mr. Patrick Grangs of Sierra Vista, Arizona. But right now, it is all about the 3 amigas, Courtney Boyle, Aaron Linehan, and Rebecca Williams. The Hat Squad rolling deep as they're about to make the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250 here in Heritage Square. Absolutely amazing. Here they come.
You can see the photographers at the finish line getting ready.
Absolutely amazing. for these three to be able to share that journey, to share that adventure, a moment that they will likely talk about for the rest of their lives. A truly unforgettable experience.
Absolutely, and you can see members of the community circling around them to be ready to help and assist if they need. Obviously, Stephen Adderholt will be bringing over their finisher award buckles as they are all greeted by friends and family for finishing, with congratulations for finishing the Cocodona 250.
We're going to send it out to our next runner on the
you're
Stephen
on
Crawford
camera,
cam.
The problem with that is that I might change my, and take a trail map on the way down and then DNF it. It'd be a very sad story.
That'd be bad for an old fashioned to cause that.
Right. So what I thought is, I'm just going to wait. Oh, and then there's a friend of mine going to be down here. He said he's going to have pounders. That's like a 16-ounce beer, right?
Here we go.
That's for us.
So tell me about your climb up Elden and sunrise.
Well, the thing is, we started darkness, right? But there were quite a few of us, so you could look up and you could see headlamps. And so it made the whole thing very hopeful, because it's like there's a sense of community, if you will, out here. If you're slow and steady, but it was relentless as you continue to get up this thing. I'm not sure how many hours, exactly. I didn't stop to take pictures until we finally got to just about, maybe 400 feet from the aid station. And so I got a few of those pictures. But, and then the other surprise about it too was, I kept thinking, once we kind of like topped out, the aid station would be, we're ready. We're ready for you aid people. And fuzzy navels and all the rest of that nonsense. So I had to go to my GPS. I know it's required, and I've used it many times. It says about 4,500 more feet. So I said, oh my gosh, you gotta start moving, man. And I did. Eventually we got there and hydrated, but I think it was wise to save the pounders and the schnapps and all of that nonsense for. There's a person in purple, I think, if my color is still working there, plotting and doing all sorts of wonderful things. Oh, and then the volunteers were so delightful, because this was a heck of an ordeal for everybody who was participating in it, certainly. And getting to some of these remote locations, and they were having a good time. I liked it. The one thing, if I have a suggestion too, like we were up at Munns, right? And you had that out and back for like 15.8 or whatever it was. And it was a long distance. But the cutoff at Munns was 6 a.m. So I got back with my on back at about 12:30 in the morning. I ducked into one of those tents, got on a cot, horizontal, 4 hours, alarm goes off. I'm talking to the aid station captain, and I'm saying, I'm leaving here at like 5:24 a.m. I've got, I don't know, man, my math is a little fuzzy, a little over 30 minutes, let's call it. I suggest you go start tipping those tents over, because if I was, let's say, sleeping solidly, man alive, not only am I going to buy a schnapps and a fuzzy navel and all this other nonsense, but, some of those day-old hot dogs those were delightful, man, just one after the other. There's that person over there.
She's been here for 2 days.
Doing that?
And we are tuned into bib 213 here. Okay. Patrick Grangs.
Patrick has words.
So tell me about that sunrise again that you saw in the wind.
Oh, well, the thing about it is I only saw kind of out of the corner of my eye because I was paying attention to, because the wind was
This way.
All right, I was showing you what the wind was doing.
Oh.
Patrick Grangs is a hoot.
He's rowing the boat, baby.
Hamming it up for the camera.
I stole these poles. No, I was at an aid station and somebody. No, I'm kidding. There was a guy. He had like 3 sets of trekking poles, and I'm coming down into Sedona, and I had my low point. One of the trekking poles broke. I was 800 feet off course, and I nearly fell off a cliff. All of the above. So I finally get to, I don't know where I was. How do you call it? Tut Hill? Tuttle?
Tut Hill.
Tut Hill. And I get in there, and a couple of friends of mine are there, and said, Pat, how about if I loan you these guys? And these were absolutely indispensable. They were not to be dispensed with. I used them going up that rock pile. That horrifying. But the good thing about the horrifying rock pile was They marked that thing beautifully. If they hadn't marked it, I'd still be out there, for Pete's sake. I'm a relentless kind of guy. DNF or no DNF. I'm going to get my butt to the top of this crazy ass thing.
Woo! And we're only at Fine Street, boys.
Okay, we're heading
We
to
got a couple more to go.
a square named Heritage.
We got to get to Birch first.
Birch?
Birch Street.
Okay. It's kind of weird. This feels like Spokane, Washington. I don't know why, but I mean, I've been to Spokane, Washington a few times. Maybe it's just the time of the year. No idea. Woo. Okay, I've got another question for you. I saw some of this. Well done, man. There he goes.
Yeah, congrats.
Congrats on. I'm going to get finished. I think I saw some maybe Facebook pictures, and it shows the buckle, right, from the Cocodona 250. It's made out of, I don't know, copper or
Arizona
ore.
copper.
That's going to be
From
beautiful.
Tucson.
Yes. But then they have these wooden plaques where the buckle could sit in an inset thing.
It's beautiful.
What is that?
That is the plaque holder, and I got a chance to see it a couple nights ago, and it's a beautiful. It's a
map.
And they redid the map with the course
Whoa.
changes.
With what? Wait, boom.
Yeah.
With what we did.
Yeah, they had a commentator on last night who talked about how he had to execute and redo it all.
Wow. Wow. So that's like some sort of wood on the top of it.
And it's wood burn and press.
Okay.
It's just gorgeous.
Will we get to see something like that? At like samples at the finish?
I don't know if they have a sample of the finish, but they do have a store there, and you can order it online.
Okay. Because I was thinking that looks like a bonus kind of extra thing, like hats. And
I got
stuff.
mine from last year and love it.
Oh my gosh! Hey, you know what? Do I have to come back next year so I do the Crown King?
It's up to you.
That's
Yes.
up to me.
It's up to you.
Dude, with camera, you could lean into me and say, "Listen, you want to have the feel of the whole thing."
I mean, you got to have the Bradshaws in your legs at some point.
Okay, there's that.
Sooner or later, you got to put those Bradshaws into the miles.
Well, the thing with the Moab that I remember from 2017 inaugural year in 2018, in 2018, they just kind of rotated the course by 18 degrees, the start finish. I'm slow. Look it's Saturday morning. I have maybe 3 hours, less than that in the bank, right? So the Moab 2018 was a completely different course. From what you see, the stuff I missed at night, daylight, nighttime. So it was an easy breezy, sign up and click the
Because
register.
imagine hitting Prescott at mile 70,
Yes.
or whatever it is, and starting 5 hours earlier. You see the whole course in a different light. You may have to come back next year.
That's what I'm thinking about it. There's a friend of mine down in Sierra Vista, and I think the short answer will be, Joe, I think I'm coming back next year. In other words,
Maybe you should talk to the race director at the finish line and see if you can register on the spot.
see if I can do what?
Register on the spot.
Register on the spot.
Maybe he'll let you.
I have to go home and put together my retrospective. What went well, what could be, personally for me and everything, right? And then maybe some information that could go in an email, like destination trail, things that I happen to notice, whether it's signs or no signs, or, you know what? I got this great idea. They used to do this at the Ghost of Seattle. There were some places where we could have used an extra porta potty. So what if, I'm going to throw this out there. You come up with the Friends of Cocodona, and they send in $1,500, and you guys put $200 extra, and you put like an extra pooper at Munn's. It was crazy at Munn's. The poop was just right. I mean, it was lovely watching the visage of men and women alike open it up. We're tough. We're trail runners. We poop in the woods. We dig 6 foot deep cat holes and bury our stuff, right? But, and then, so for $300, like, I get my name courtesy of Weinberg sponsored this outhouse. You know what I mean?
I do. We're at Cherry Street, so we got one more street to go, and then a left.
No, keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going.
Cocodona. And so you don't necessarily have to run it that year. You just say, and then the other thing, too, is we have a little bit more eggs and bacon up at, what's the name of that?
Good job, brother.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job, man.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
What was that mountain that we went over at 92?
Mingus?
Mingus. Yeah. So when I woke up, there were just pancakes. I was a little bit sore about that. It's all going on the camera. It's going to stick, right? The metal oxide.
It's going live to the world. The whole world's seeing us right now.
And we're loving it, Stephen.
Here's $300. Feed those people eggs. Get them $300 of eggs up that hill. Something, right?
Well, what you should do is go up there at night and get lasagna instead.
I'm really, really slow. So I'm kind of.
But with the course change next year, maybe you could be there.
All right. Okay. Things to think about. But the thing too is if I was a little speedier, if we started at 5 instead of 10, I'd actually see the beautiful, what is it in Sedona? The coffee pond.
Oh yeah,
the coffee pond structure. Yeah, it was structured.
All right, we're going to
get real estate. There's a 1 acre parcel, I think, still up there. $800,000. Nothing special there.
All right, straight across and make a left. We're going right now.
Okay. Oops. I'm glad you're here.
He is making the left-hand turn on Birch here.
My phone just. Where's my phone? Hold on.
Mr. Patrick Grangs. Oh no.
Capturing the
Dr. Stephen Crawford. We may have lost him. Oh. We'll see if we can get the joyous commentary back up here shortly. That might have been the greatest moment in broadcasting history.
I don't think that's hyperbole.
Hard stop. That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I can't. If you could have seen us in the studio, we were howling at how much fun we were having with Patrick there. Patrick Grangs bringing his Cocodona 250 to a close, but I think I speak for some other people when I said I don't necessarily want it to end. And yeah, I did suggest in the chat to the Chasing Cutoffs podcast, I'd listen to that one. Bring Patrick on for sure.
I'd tune in 100%.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He had thoughts.
I mean, you wouldn't even have to really prep many questions, maybe just one or two.
Yeah.
And let him just share his thoughts and let it go as far off the rails as you can without being removed from all of your streaming platforms.
Well, no, actually, I was paying attention to that. He kept things PG. He didn't have to worry about him deliriously dropping one of Carlin's 7 words or anything of that fashion. He was very very PG and having a great time, and it was wonderful to witness.
And here he comes into the finish in Heritage Square of the Cocodona 250. He's shaking hands, kissing babies.
High-fiving the crowd.
Grabbing a beverage.
Congratulations to Patrick Grangs, the newest Cocodona 250 finisher. Looks like he's got a beverage waiting for him. Looks like a Four Peaks, in fact.
An absolute legend. That will probably be a moment that I never forget for the rest of my life. Patrick Grangs coming into the finish, giving us a little bit of reprieve here.
Yeah, we didn't have to say a word for several minutes. And what's cool is that the people at the finish line have no idea what he has given to the rest of us for the past several blocks. And I think that that's something that's probably going to need to be cut out and separated on its own in terms of a clip for one of the best moments of the Cocodona 250 in 2022.
Oh, man, that was classic. Classic. We do have folks heading back out. Our runner cam's heading back out to catch some of the next runners coming in. We've got Brendan Wiley, Helgi Olafsson, and Danelle Soto all making their way out of Buffalo Park. So we should be picking up some of them soon.
See Patrick discussing his thoughts, probably sharing them with race director Stephen Ederholt in rapid-fire fashion. Because he did have thoughts.
Sounds like we've got two runners right together, 100 meters apart at the top of Hospital Hill.
I assume we're having him pitch the sponsored porta potty idea to Steve Adderholt.
Well, he doesn't have to pitch it to anyone. He pitched it to me.
That's true.
And I'm
you are
on board.
You are the marketing guy.
Not that matters, but I think it's a brilliant idea. So, if anyone in the chat wants to save up their money over the next 12 months and sponsor a porta potty at Munns Park, you could even put it in Patrick's name.
Yeah,
if you
that's a
wanted.
great. I think that, and you should be able to like decorate it any way you want, or have it decorated.
Looks
any way
like
you want.
Shad, the Shad Cam, the legend himself, still out there. He's out there with Helgi.
1 mile left.
I do believe.
0.96.
Yep, Helgi Olafsson. And was Helgi the runner who was missing his trekking poles? Maybe has someone else's poles?
Good.
And here he is crossing on to Beaver Street. The most famous left turn in all of sports.
Undisputed.
The left onto Beaver.
I mean, you could argue
here at
that
the Cocodona 250.
You could argue against it, but you'd be wrong.
Yeah. Looks like we do have our Jeff Cam up there, waiting our next runners as well. Helgi's been having a really strong run.
Why we have pacers?
Yeah. So if Helgi was going to pull out the poles for the last couple blocks on Beaver Street, thought better of it and decided to pack them away, and is now jogging towards the finish line and is less than half a mile from the finish of the Cocodona 250.
I don't have it in me right now.
A true sign that he left it all on the course.
Soak it in.
Yeah.
Still looking super strong, moving forward with a purpose here.
Number 10. 10.
Amazing. Do have eyes on our Jeff Cam here as they make the iconic left onto Beaver Street. And that looks like it is Brendan Wiley of Santee, California. Bib 139.
139.
Huge shout out to him as he's now making his way. And let's send it back to our Shad Cam here as Helgi is on the move.
He's pushing.
He's making it past the hospital here.
I recognize that cheer.
Still moving strong.
Looking further back, it looks like Stephen Park has actually hit the top of Elden. Is not quite yet to the aid station, but has completed the nastiest part of the final climb of the Cocodona 250. So,
yeah, now he's just got to go across the saddle here.
On
the Sunset Trail.
Has 2 hours and 45 minutes to do so. So, I like his chances. I like his chances a whole lot. As long as he can, as I mentioned before, all I believe these runners have to do is depart from Elden by the top of the hour, and I think that they've got a genuinely good chance to finish this race. And right now, Stephen is about a mile out from Elden. And as long as he can compose himself and bounce out by the top of the hour, which I have zero doubt he can, then everybody on the course is going to be a Cocodona 250 finisher, which will leave us at a 69% finish rate.
It'll be the next light after this one.
The dust. Ooh.
Here we have the great Helgi finishing up his journey here.
So Helgi did the Triple Crown last year.
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Incredible. One of the races was canceled, so he hopped in another 100-mile race and did it twice.
He has ankylosing spondylitis.
That was when Tahoe was canceled.
Rheumatic bone disease, arthritis that causes the bones to fuse and reduces mobility, and it likes to attack the spine and SI joints. And movement.
Awesome. You got it.
We got the cheer squad out in full effect for Helgi Olafsson.
Showing people what you can do with a rheumatoid disease.
Yeah, absolutely.
Today
Helgi.
is World AS Day. Ankylosing spondylitis. May 7th.
The more you move, the better you feel.
Thank you. I'm gonna walk it in.
Movement is medicine. And Helgi is some pretty awesome proof.
Yeah, he looks
I've had
great
the
out
best
there.
Time. Such an experience. Memories.
Lots of farts too.
Lots of farts.
Lots of farts.
Love it.
Want another gel?
I really like the live feed that you guys are doing. This is great.
Thank you.
We love having you on it.
And we love being able to bring your story and bring people along on your journey as you're making your way to the finish here shortly.
0.43.
Looks like our feed is chopping up a little bit there. We're going to send it to the Jeff cam for just a moment. Jeff is with
Excellent. Yeah.
Brendan Wiley.
All right, wait for the live stream.
Californian.
Satisfaction if he's thinking about moving here. Looks like he's seen much of the best of what Arizona has to offer, and has enjoyed his time here.
Yep, and looks like Brendan is about to make his way.
Get that sexy bar on the live
Hashtag
stream.
lots of farts.
Across the street. We're going to send it back to the Shad cam here.
Of course, Helgi is just a couple blocks from the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
He'll be making that left-hand turn onto Birch in just a matter of moments.
3 miles.
great day. Thanks.
God bless.
Wonderful residents of Flagstaff out cheering the runners along.
I think it'd be really cool to be living on Beaver Street. Just be able to sit out on the patio, have your morning coffee, and cheer these runners in. That's what I hope to see in years to come at the Cocodona 250. Is these streets, I mean, we might not have the masses that we talk about and see at UTMB, but I think it would be great to have a nice steady stream of people, as we've seen so far this year. Obviously, our people hanging out at the finish line are going out and meeting the runners, as we saw a friend of the family, Don Greenwald, doing, and cheering these runners in.
You're good.
That's inspiring to, people at the intersection cheering on the runners. I'm sure that they've got awareness now that these runners that are coming in have completed a 250-mile race across the great state of Arizona. And it's got to be pretty neat for these people to see those runners finish. Strangers maybe not involved in hiking or running in any fashion, but acknowledging and appreciating it. It just makes you feel good. There's just such an inspiring feeling about this race.
Just gonna go across the street and hang a left.
It's only gonna continue to get bigger, and better, with more and more energy from the community.
Block and a half left.
Travis in the chat. Right
Love
as
it.
Helgi makes the turn on to Birch. Birch greater than Boylston. I would have to agree.
I think
One
so.
of the most iconic sets of turns. The left on Beaver, left on Birch.
Of course, you compare this to that race out east, and they talk about Heartbreak Hill. And it's a 90-foot climb or so, 91-foot elevation gain, 20 some odd miles into the race. Meanwhile, Cocodonans have Elden.
And he's making his final street crossing before he takes right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley, where he will be finding himself at the finish line party that is the finish of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square.
Oh, that's great feels right there.
Absolutely amazing. Here he comes. Helgi making his way to the finish. What an incredible effort. All week, been moving strong, been pushing forward. Excellent job. Helgi Olafsson, ladies and gentlemen, your next finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Congratulations to Helgi. And I hope that as the morning progresses, this rise in energy and enthusiasm and numbers at the finish line increases. I can already tell you I'm probably going to be pretty emotional when we get down to those last couple finishers. Obviously, the finish line last year was extremely emotional when Andre Lee finished. And I was down there rather than here in the studio, and it was pretty great.
Yeah, that was a pretty amazing moment. I got to follow Andre in on our Instagram Live. It was a cool moment to capture there for our audience, as we are now following Brendan Wiley of Santee, California. He is about to make his final turn onto Birch here in just a couple of blocks, I believe.
Yeah, somebody was asking about Danelle Soto. Danelle had been kind of alongside Helgi and Brendan the last couple miles of the race. Haven't seen her at the finish line, so I assume she's still out there somewhere around where Brendan is at this point. And, yeah, we will be back at the finish line to capture her finish. We might not have eyes on her on Beaver Street, but we will be keeping a lookout for her to finish.
As those who have been tuning in all week, we don't miss finishes here.
No.
Unless we have a bit of a malfunction. But, yeah, it looks like she is about to cross the last famous busy intersection at the corner of Columbus or Switzer Canyon and Beaver Street, right there where Beaver Street Liquors is. So we will have runner cams heading back on course to find her, and we will not miss it.
And frankly, if you know these runner cam people and you see them, I think buy them a drink, because I plan to.
Here we have Helgi getting his liquid death, getting his buckle. Huge shout out to him, and we will go back to Mr. Brendan Wiley. And it looks like we are going to have eyes on Danelle Soto.
There we go. I see. Yeah, Dawn Greenwald had just posted in the. See how interactive this program is? That Dawn had mentioned that she was cruising down Beaver, and we have Danelle Soto, our one of our next Cocodona 250 finishers.
Again, we will be sending it to Brendan here as he is getting close to the finish as well, but we do have eyes on Danelle Soto. Fret not, my friends in the chat. We've got you covered here, and we appreciate you tuning in. And shout out to Dr. Stephen Crawford for capturing this. For the time being, Mr. Brendan Wiley, the man of the hour from Santee, California, crossing over Cherry Street, I do believe, as he passes the Playhouse. He is just about a block away from making the left-hand turn on Birch.
He will go from Birch, or on Birch, crossing LaRue, then taking a hard right, halfway down the block, down Cocodona Alley, to the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
And again, just up Beaver Street, we've got Danelle Soto moving super strong. We've got Brendan Wiley here. He's going to be the next finisher.
Yeah, this is what it's all about.
The Cocodona 250 as he is about to cross the street here, make his left-hand turn on Birch, where he will be less than 2 blocks away from the finish here.
These are the moments that are the reason why we ask you to bear with us over the course of the week. These runners showing incredible grit and determination in finishing a 250-mile traverse across the state of Arizona.
And again, Danelle moving so strong here. We've got supporters in tutus following her down. She closes in on the turn to Birch as well. Here is Brendan Wiley, less than 2 blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. Still moving forward, which is the only thing that matters at this point, as he is about to make his final street crossing here in just a matter of moments. Sounds like the great Colleen Lingley is pacing Danelle home.
Aravaipa Racing team member.
Shout out to her. And it looks like Danelle has also now made the turn onto Birch. And she is pushing hard here. There you see Dawn, Colleen there with the Aravaipa hat. So we've got Danelle Soto, and here we have the final turn for Brendan Wiley coming into the finish of the Cocodona 250. Danelle Soto is just now making the final street crossing, so we will see her making the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley in just a matter of moments here in the background. But right now we have Brendan Wiley, Santee, California's own. Amazing job. And here we have Danelle Soto coming in so strong. And she's got a whole squad with her here of support and friends. Amazing job.
Congratulations to Danelle Soto. Well, I know that Stephen Crawford had paced her earlier in the run, and I believe that is Danelle's child in the running stroller right there, and making it a huge, huge family moment.
Absolutely amazing. It is a party here at the finish line in Heritage Square. All the hugs, all the vibes. Absolutely amazing time. All of these runners, such an incredible accomplishment. Love to see the celebration at the finish here.
And these final runners that are still on the course have just under 2.5 hours to complete their Cocodona 250 journey. I'm actually going to operate under the assumption that Stephen Park is hitting Elden 8 or is already there, as our sweep is actually showing slightly in front of him, but it pinged more recently.
Yep, so we'll know more when his refreshes. That section up basically from the Sunset Trail, once you get kind of done climbing Elden, kind of skirt over the saddle along the Sunset Trail over to the aid station. From about there until you get kind of coming into Buffalo Park, you may have a little bit of GPS float. You may have a little bit of delay in the pinging there. So, but yeah, not my guess, he is definitely not behind the sweep.
Yeah,
I will 100%
of course,
say that. So if the sweep is closer to the aid station, he is certainly with the sweep, wherever the sweep is. So it looks like our next runner to come in is making his way out of Buffalo Park onto the streets of Flagstaff. Will be turning on to Beaver Street in a matter of moments.
I just saw friends of the family, Sonia Glover and Colleen Lingley, very emotional in celebrating Danelle's finish. You can tell there's a lot of love and appreciation for her down there. Some happy tears being shed down at the finish line at Heritage Square.
And Sonia, it appears to be rocking one of the amazing Cocodona 250 camo sleeved gray hoodies.
Yeah, she's been
so huge
rocking
shout out
that.
to her. Anyone who wants to support the stream, support Aravaipa, you can obviously donate in the super chat, or you can go over to shop.mountainoutpost.com. You can get some Cocodona swag. We've got some really cool stuff there. You can get some Aravaipa gear. You can see all your favorite brands, from Run Steep Get High to the Javelina 100 to Black Canyon Ultras. All of your favorite races, all things Aravaipa over there. So go ahead and check that out. Looks like we still have about 17 runners out on course. We've got the little ones here. All the friends and family of Danelle Soto there to support, there to show her love and to celebrate this amazing accomplishment with her. Rob Devine, thanks for the $9.99 donation.
Thank you.
Amazing runners, amazing race, amazing coverage.
We're here
Shout
for
out to
you.
you.
We enjoy doing it, and we are doing it because you want us to be here doing it.
We got the Shad Cam heading back out. I think he's got eyes on another runner here. And we'll see if we can get bib number here.
Forward to the finish line.
Who do we have here, Shed?
This is Nathaniel Lee.
Amazing. From Monument, Colorado. He's coming down Beaver Street on his way to the finish here in Heritage Square. Still moving strong. He's about to cross. Looks like just a couple blocks to go. Comes Nathaniel Lee.
All right. Sorry, let me turn it around.
Just a block to go before the illustrious left-hand turn on Birch.
That's awesome.
The most famous left-hand turn in all of sports.
Okay.
I mean, some people might think it's turn 4 at Daytona, but I beg to differ.
No, definitely not.
Thank you,
Cross
Frank.
this light, you're going to hang a left.
All right. Do this.
You're good.
Here he is. Left-hand turn on Birch.
Emily, look at your dad. If I can get him in there. And not right in. Oh, my word. Woo! Woo! Yes! Awesome.
He is about to cross over his final street crossing here. Just a matter of seconds before turning down the alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250. There he comes. You see the brick wall. Getting cheered on here. He's about to make that right-hand turn down the alley. Here he comes into the finish, capping off his week-long adventure here at the Cocodona 250, an experience I reckon he will never forget. Nathaniel Lee of Monument, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, your next finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Congratulations to Nathaniel.
We do have more runner cams heading back out. Looks like we will have the jam cam going out to find the next set of runners here. Hey, Jamil, how are you doing?
Good, good. We're back out.
Can you give us a little bit of an idea? What is the atmosphere like there in Flagstaff right now, and what's the vibe like down in Heritage Square as some of these final runners are making their way to the finish of the Cocodona 250?
Yeah, it's a great vibe. There's starting to be a larger crowd starting to build as we're nearing these final finishers here. So, yeah, we'll once I'm back over there, we'll walk you around a little bit and show you the whole scene.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thanks for taking us back out here to find our next set of finishers. And we are going to take it back to the static cam at the finish line here to see all the sights. That is the Cocodona 250 finish line. Looks like our next set of finishers should be exiting Buffalo Park at any minute here. Looks like we will have Nicholas Norwood and the Dinosaur Man himself, David Duran, coming to the finish as they are leaving Buffalo Park, followed by the legend herself, Christine Kitzler, bib 135, who got off course, very off course, earlier in the day or in the week. And our good friend Bryce Brooks was sent out to find her via Race Command. She got back on course, backtracked, got back on course, and she is on her way to a finish at the Cocodona 250, which for her may be closer to 260 miles or something like that. So huge shout out to the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina resident, Christine Kitzler, who is going to be wrapping up her journey at the Cocodona 250 here in the coming moments as she is about to exit Buffalo Park.
I see we have been joined by the legendary Left on Birch in the chat.
Love it. Huge shout out to Branch Johnson for the $50
thank you, Branch.
super chat.
Very generous. Dave Doran just a little ways out.
We do have a runner on the jam cam.
Coming in for the finish. So close.
They're videoing each other.
Love it. Chance to run this race. You're gonna hate your life for like 4 days or 5 days. Run a lot of things, but right about now, it'll be worth it.
100%.
The best thing is they can't curse Jamil because he went out and did the work last year.
And this is, sorry, we didn't have your audio on. This is Nicholas Norwood, Jamil?
Yeah. If you want to, it's up to you. You got a few more blocks to go. Yeah, go for it. That light down there, that light, you have a left, and then it's like a block and a half. Got Jason Baum here.
Yep, Jason Baum.
231.
Yeah, his he was a bit further back because his his tracker hadn't pinged for 51 minutes. So huge shout out to the cheer squad here. Jason Baum is just a few blocks away from the left-hand turn onto Birch.
Jason, 231.
Another Prescott Valley resident decided to leave his house on Monday morning and traverse by foot up into the heart of northern Arizona, the heart of Flagstaff, to Heritage Square.
Wonder if he thought, as a Prescott Valley resident, you know, that just someday that he would be partaking in a run to Flagstaff.
Yep, straight.
Still live?
You're on air still, yeah.
We're going to follow him all the way to the finish.
It does, if you want it. Hold on, here you go.
Shout out to my amazing girlfriend Emily for pacing me from Walnut Canyon to the finish. The furthest she's ever ran before this is 8 miles. So she just did 21, including a massive climb up and down mountain with the champ.
Wow.
So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe more ready than him.
Probably not.
Well, next year, Jason has to return the favor and pace her when she runs the Cocodona 250. How fast can Jason solve a Rubik's Cube? I feel that there's an inside thing there. Probably in the time that it takes him to, probably faster than running 250 miles across the state of Arizona.
There you can see it.
Apparently Jason is known for making some fantastic YouTube videos about the Grand Canyon as well. Might have to check some of that stuff out.
He is going to be taking the left-hand turn on Birch here in just a matter of seconds. That will leave him about 2 blocks away from the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Oh, and hold on one second. We got to go to the Wardia cam here. We got a Go Jason sign at the finish line.
Fantastic.
They are ready for Jason to make it to the finish here in Heritage Square.
And he has made the iconic left turn onto Birch Street. He's
So
going
close.
to pass over the intersection at LaRue, past the rock wall, then take a hard right into Cocodona Alley.
Cowbells.
Jason Birches, we're discovering a man of many talents, a filmmaker, an expert Rubik's Cube solver, and within a few moments, a finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Prescott Valley's own Jason Baum coming to the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
And, of course, as you mentioned, being paced by his girlfriend who had never run longer than 8 miles, she took him 21 in from Walnut Canyon.
There he is. there you see the Go Jason Go sign, the hugs, all the feels. What an amazing job by Jason.
So yeah, the tracker is now confirming that Stephen Park has left Elden Aid. And he has 2 hours and 8 minutes to make it down from Mount Elden into Heritage Square to complete the Cocodona 250.
The energy and the vibes are high at Heritage Square.
Somebody's asking how many runners there are left in the race yet to finish. I believe there's about 15 or 16. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it looks like it's about 15.
That's my wonderful mother in the chat asking how many runners are left.
Hello, Matt's mom.
Jason gonna enjoy the refreshing spring water, or the refreshing mountain water of a can of liquid death at the finish line.
Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
It looks like Dave Duran, Nicholas Norwood, and Christine Kitzler should all be making their way on to Beaver Street and down to Heritage Square.
David Duran is a very loquacious individual as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him with some thoughts as he is heading down Beaver Street. So we might have to tune in and see if he's got the energy and the willingness to share.
Well, I believe we've got. Oh, we have him. Sorry about that. We have someone. Hey, I've got you, Shad. Who do we have here?
It's 103, Nicholas.
Nicholas Norwood.
Nicholas
from
Norwood.
Little Rock, Arkansas. Being paced by Andre Lee.
Hey, I've seen you out there, man. You've gone.
Last year's final finisher of the Cocodona 250. Andre Lee, a veteran of this course, no stranger to the Cocodona 250. He's spent more time on this course than anybody. Literally anyone.
And it looks like we also have eyes on Dave Duran here.
There's David Duran.
Hawaiian shirt wearing.
That is the shirt that he wore for the photo, the before photo. So actually that'll be kind of fun. He is
and the Dinosaur Junior is still there. Love it.
You worry about moving forward. I'll take care of the camera stuff.
And we are going to come. We got these two who are going to be really close. Nathaniel Norwood here on the Shad Cam. And I believe
David sharing some thoughts in a physical fashion for those of you that might have caught it. Might have slipped past the sensors a little bit.
Oh, man, run that light. Nice. Get there in 4 turns.
We'll keep it.
So, yeah, we have actually Nicholas Norwood and David Duran finishing this race.
So we got to go down the hill and make a left turn. But you can stop anytime. We can start again. All right. It's up to
Oh,
you.
we're getting a full send here.
All you.
Full send and see where it lands. No better way to approach the finish of a 250-mile race.
It's all good. Go right ahead. We got this. Just going straight up, down, left turn.
Words from the legend himself, Andre Lee, pacing in the Little Rock, Arkansas resident himself, Nicholas Norwood.
Can of Liquid Death has entered the chat and is on ice. Waiting to be cracked open. I have to say, I love the enthusiasm from our chat family.
We are gonna come over.
So just what I want you to think about right now is 365 days ago. Where were you?
I was a DNF. Yeah.
Where are you today?
Oh,
there you go.
So
there you go.
Oh, that's good point. I didn't think about that.
Nicholas Norwood is a redemption tour for the Cocodona 250. That is always a heartwarming feeling.
There you go.
Nicholas, what's up, Andre?
Yep. Way to go.
And then it's downhill from there.
Yeah.
You got it.
You got it.
So strong.
There's our corner bike cheering.
Cocodona cheerlady.
Cocodona cheerlady, yes.
Now, the now famous, hopefully, Cocodona cheerlady.
Be last year.
Hey.
Nicholas Norwood still moving super strong here as well.
I said that. I said that in the middle of the race last year. Yeah. That was a good decision. Here we are.
There you go.
Running down Beaver Street.
Beaver Street. Yep.
Yeah, Nicholas did run Cocodona last year, did not have the result that he'd hoped for, did not finish the race, but he came back here.
How much further?
And Dinosaur, David Duran just passed the Cocodona cheerlady, so he's making his way as well.
The Duranosaurus himself.
Stories. I hear people talking. I'm confused.
He's doing an awesome
I
job.
don't know what to do with my hands. Good luck, y'all. You got it.
Yeah, there he
There's
is.
the T-Rex arms.
Amazing. We're back with Nicholas Norwood. Going to be escorted in by the great Andre Lee. Such an incredible moment for all of these folks who are coming in
After
to the
Old
finish
Glory
now.
to the end of that block. Make a left.
I'll say this is better than the freaking rocks we were running on.
Absolutely. Rocks are done.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Those rocks.
Aaron Shimmon's in the chat. How many people crack their first can of liquid death only to realize it's just water?
It's
Some
not
of it's water.
just water.
Some of it is. The white cans are, well, not just water.
Exactly.
The most refreshing water I've ever tasted.
I agree.
But they also have sparkling water.
Uh-huh.
And they've got flavored sparkling water. We were blessed with some in the studio this week. And they donate, I believe, they donate 10% of all profits from every can sold to help kill plastic pollution as you murder your thirst with a can of liquid death. So shout out to them doing some amazing things. As we are looking at Nicholas Norwood, he is now just over a block away from the left-hand turn onto Birch. We've got Dave Duran and Junior, his pacer, still making their way down Beaver Street as well, having an incredible run, moving forward again with a purpose here. Here we have Nicholas Norwood.
We're hitting the Ricky or
Yep.
Louis?
Left turn. Across the street, left turn.
And I think after Nick finishes here in the coming weeks and months, he'll begin to realize how iconic this left-hand turn on Birch.
No traffic, you're good.
On Birch is.
Left turn.
Huge shout out to him again.
Left on Birch.
Concluding his redemption tour in just a matter of moments. A short 2 blocks away from the finish here.
Into it. You see those people?
Yes.
Down there, Pat?
Yes.
That's where you go.
this last street crossing here in just a second.
Congratulations again to Nicholas Norwood, the next finisher of the Cocodona 250.
We'll have eyes on more runners out there on course in the coming moments as well. Nicholas Norwood about to make the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley.
Right here.
Finish of the
Good.
Cocodona 250.
Finish.
Nicholas Norwood of Little Rock, Arkansas, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the finish, capping off his redemption tour here, making it to Heritage Square. What an incredible run by Nick Norwood.
Amazing effort by Nick Norwood, and it's got to be pretty, for those that aren't familiar with the course that are finishing this race, it's got to be pretty cool to be just, running through the streets of Flagstaff, and then all of a sudden you're instructed to take that hard right down Cocodona Alley,
You'll get some
and out of nowhere, the finish line is less than 200 meters away.
Okay, actually, say it now. Tell me about that Ranger School comment.
Okay, so Nick is a great guy. He's a captain, active army out of Benning. He said that this is much harder than Ranger School. What?
I love it. I love it. And this is definitely no easy task as we are on day 6.
Yeah.
Cocodona 250. And all of these individuals who are finishing have found a way to get themselves to move their bodies 250 miles as David Duran crossing Cherry Street 1 block before the left-hand turn onto Birch.
I don't think I need to give you directions, do I?
I knew that David would be entertaining. He has thoughts as well. Maybe not as many as Patrick Grang's, but he has thoughts. So
we do have eyes on some of our next runners up here. We'll have to check on who this is, if we can get a bib number from
that's
our
Christine
Dan
Kitzler
cam.
right there.
That's Christine Kitzler. We've got eyes on the Jeff cam. We'll see if we can get a bib there as well.
Looks like that'd be bib 88.
88.
That is Danny Westergaard.
Danny Westergaard.
Danny Westergaard has been moving.
We've got David Duran and Junior the Dinosaur just a couple blocks away from the finish line here, running with his dinosaur arms like the gem that he is. He is making his way to the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley.
Thank you for the nice work. Can I stop now?
Nope.
As I think he just got a high five
See
from
ice cream sign?
Jamil, maybe.
Yeah. Go under it.
On
And then
his
go to
way
the gate.
through his final
To the
road
right.
crossing.
Cocodona Alley.
Where it's all about.
Here he is, less than a block away from the right-hand turn.
David
He
Duran.
is really laying it down now.
Right down
And
through
here
here.
he comes, ladies and gentlemen. David Duran, the man who
Duranosaurus
lives on
himself.
Mount Elden.
It's got to be hard to do those trekking poles with those T-Rex arms, I'll tell you.
Look at him come in. Absolutely amazing. The dinosaur arms, the finish celebration, absolutely incredible. And we're going to send it back out. I'm going to see if I can see who is where, as we have both Daniel here with bib 135, Christine Kitzler. And then we do also have eyes on bib 88 here.
And that's Danny Westergaard.
Danny Westergaard.
Danny was one of the final people to leave Walnut Canyon, so he has rallied hard over the past few hours of the Cocodona 250.
We're going to send it to our Dan cam here.
Thank you very much, T-Dub, for the Super Chat donation. We appreciate your support, and if If you weren't here, we wouldn't be doing this. But you're here, so what the heck? Let's talk about some runs.
Seatown fan. He lives on Mount Elden. No, he simply, well, basically, he does almost all of his training over on Mount Elden. Yeah, so looks like she just crossed Hunt, which puts her just a few blocks away. She'll cross a couple more streets. And we do have shot of David here at the finish. Amazing to see the emotion as we check back in on Christine. We also have eyes on Danny Westergaard, bib 88 from Palos Verdes Estates, California. And just saw bib 135, Christine Kitzler. Say hi to Jamil there. And it looks like our next finisher is actually going to be Danny Westergaard, I believe. Looks like he is just a couple blocks from the left-hand turn. Shout out to Holly. Thanks so much for the great coverage. Thank you for tuning in. That's what we do it for.
Yeah, Danny passed several runners over the last few miles of the race, so kudos to him for staying strong this late into the game.
And now it's starting to make sense here from Philip. Jason Baum and I were both world-class Rubik's Cube solvers who competed nationally and internationally in competitions. They could both solve a Rubik's Cube in 10 seconds or less.
That's fantastic. I can't even... There are a lot of things I can't do in 10 seconds. Come up with an answer of what I can do in 10 seconds.
I've got nothing.
I can congratulate runners in 10 seconds. That's what I can do. That's my special talent. As Danny Westergaard is now to the iconic left on Birch.
Yep, and so he's going to be our next finisher of the Cocodona 250. And it looks like our final finisher, Stephen Park, is moving down Elden Lookout Road. He is about 6.5 miles from the finish line, as we have Danny Westergaard just a couple blocks from the finish now. We've got eyes on all sorts of runners. And we will tune into them. So we've got Jamil picking up a runner here as well. But for right now, let's send it to Danny Westergaard as he makes his final street crossing here.
Crossing LaRue, about a half block away. He is going to take a hard right down Cocodona Alley and become the next finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Here it is. The right-hand finish. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Westergaard coming into the finish. He is going to be the next finisher of the Cocodona 250 from Palos Verdes Estates, California. Danny Westergaard. Let's send it out to the jam cam. That appears to be bib 100, Eduardo Sanchez. That looks like him.
He's on the
Get some audio. Hey,
trot
Jamil, do we have what bib do we have here?
Bib 100.
Yep, Eduardo Sanchez, ladies and gentlemen, making his way. On the Dan cam here, we also have Christine, who is finishing her journey. Christine is now just, I believe, a couple blocks, one block away from the left-hand turn onto Birch.
Passing the Playhouse.
So we've got Christine, we've got eyes on Eduardo Sanchez, and we've got our runner cams racking up the mileage, heading back out there.
Thanks to Naomi for the generous Super Chat donation. We appreciate you, and we are happy you're here. Yeah, Brian, I wish that Flag would embrace this event stronger as well, but I also think that we have to remember this is only the second year, and last year was somewhat of a different situation with what was going on in terms of COVID.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who lives in Flagstaff, I'll preface it with that. The fact that we're trying already to compare it to one of the oldest ultras in North America, I think is amazing. But it just takes time, for it to catch on. And this year was, a lot more energy than last year. And it's going to continue to improve as it continues to grow. But again, this is only the second running. I know it feels like more because it's a week-long race.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, this is like 4 Western
As they
states.
say, build it and they will come. It's only a matter of time. As Christine Kitzler from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, the East Coast representing, she is on her way to the finish. And I've got to show this here, because we also have Eduardo Sanchez carrying his daughter on his shoulders as he is about to make the left-hand turn onto Birch. We will switch to that as soon as we can, but we want to make sure that we get the finish of Christine Kitzler here.
Christine is approaching that crossing LaRue, and then a half block more. And again, for these people, these out-of-town runners who might not have run Flagstaff before, I'm sure that it's actually pretty great for them to be taking that hard right down Cocodona Alley, and suddenly, boom, they're right there.
And Christine has now made her last street crossing. She is about to make the right-hand turn, and just behind her, this is the scene. But here she is, Christine Kitzler, ladies and gentlemen, about to turn down Cocodona Alley into the finish line of the Cocodona 250 here.
Great job to Christine, who likely covered more miles than anybody else at this year's Cocodona 250.
Amazing. What an amazing accomplishment. Found herself off course, chose not to give up. So we'll send it just to the jam cam here, and look at this. Absolutely incredible. Eduardo Sanchez coming in here, daughter on his back, finishing the Cocodona 250 from Chula Vista, California.
A couple of great stories right there at the finish.
Look at this. Let's get some audio in here. Truly emotional experience for all of these runners, and really amazing to really amazing to be able to witness.
So emotional. It's so beautiful to witness. And I cannot wait to see these shots from Howie Stern. Right there, you saw him kind of maneuvering around to get what he saw was the best possible angle of Eduardo and his daughter as they celebrate his Cocodona 250 finish.
And what an incredible job.
It's pretty cool. It's awesome. Hi.
Oh.
Still waiting for David to come in?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's almost there.
Amazing.
We are getting to the point where there are fewer runners on the course at this point. And as we mentioned, they've all made their way past the final aid station here at the Cocodona 250. I'm going to check back further in the pack and see if we can verify if how far out perhaps that Stephen Park. So Stephen Park, as of right now, is a little bit, well, his last tracker ping was 15 minutes ago, and he was about 7 miles out. So in theory, he could be a 10K or so away from the finish. And if that's the case, he has an hour and 42 minutes to finish that final 10K or so and join all of the rest of these amazing runners in finishing the Cocodona 250. If we have something on the Pena cam, or the Daniel cam.
Yep.
Well, that's a moment right there. Ring for beer.
Run, Dad, run, I believe is what her shirt says.
Got that cowbell ready to cheer on these finishers. Yeah. That's what makes this event so great. People hanging out at the finish line and supporting these runners, and in a lot of these cases, supporting strangers. I got a text from a friend of mine who has been in and out of the chat, Emily Gerlich, a Flagstaff resident and supporter of Girls on the Run as well. She, I believe, doesn't know personally any of these remaining runners, but she sent me a text to say that she was heading back down to the finish line to cheer them in.
Looks like our next runner is David Adams.
He's got the shorts, right?
Yep.
It looks like Dr. Stephen Crawford might have eyes on him, so we'll see if we can head that way.
There he is.
Hi to the people.
Woo! Love the energy. Absolutely love it.
San Diego, California's own
David Adams.
David Adams. The American flag shorts. The American flag hat.
Excellent beard.
Excellent beard.
Is that his baby girl we were just showing at the finish line?
Sounds like it, based on the chat.
Oh, that's wonderful. See, what excellent timing. The baby is waiting for Dad.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say it's my first event over 100K. I decided to skip the 100 miler. Just go straight for the big boy.
Just jumping right up.
And here you are, finding your way to the finish. Absolutely amazing.
All right, so let's be safe in this crossing.
course, we actually just had video of David's child at the finish line with a cowbell.
It's a Black Canyon twice, and a few 50s around San Diego. Other than that, this is my new, I guess you could say, come to fame or pride and joy.
Nice. Congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Because here's the deal. We go down that hill, you see a stoplight. When you get across that street, that's Birch. Turn left immediately, go down the sidewalk. And you're almost there. And we'll get you the rest of the way.
Going straight from the 100K to the Cocodona 250. Essentially more than quadrupling his distance. It's kind of like running Black Canyon, except the other direction, and it's 4 times as long.
There he passes the now famous Beaver Street Liquors.
As we watch David head towards the finish line, yeah, we haven't had a ping from current race anticipated final finisher Stephen Park in about 20 minutes. I assume that he's still in good shape. You know, unless something unexpected has happened. In front of him are the Vidrios, Saul and Colleen, husband and wife running together. Tom Addard, slightly in front of them. And everybody else has hit Buffalo Park at this point, including Flagstaff runner Corin Brown. As David is able to soak in the cheers and the recognition on Beaver Street as he heads down, finishing the final few blocks of the Cocodona 250.
Looks like we do have eyes on the Shad Cam. And that is bib 196.
Ramil Balagat.
Yep, huge shout out to Ramil. But for right now, we are on
Philippines represent.
The Stephen Crawford cam as David Adams gets a little fist bump from the Jam Jam himself. As he is closing in on the finish line here in Heritage Square. Let's just check in with Ramil. Still smiling as he makes the most famous turn in all of sports. Left-hand turn down Beaver Street. Still moving forward, still looking strong. And we're back to the Stephen Crawford cam.
Yeah, you know, for those that are trying to speculate on who looks to be our final finisher right now, potentially Stephen Park, bib number 212. The pinging is showing the sweeper ahead of him. And let me tell you with certainty, the sweeper did not leave Stephen Park behind. So take that into consideration. You know, unless, you know, I mean, and Stephen is still showing his on course. It's just that he hasn't gotten a ping in over 20 minutes. But yeah, our sweeper is about 5 miles out from the finish line. And I just refuse to believe that the sweeper left one of the final participants behind. That's what they're there for.
Yeah, the sweeper would not leave. And as I've stated a few times, just to reemphasize, from the time you kind of cross that saddle at Elden until the time you get into more Buffalo Park area, the trackers are going to have a little bit of a tough time just because of where you are. And if you zoom out on the actual tracking map, you can see come down Elden Lookout Road and are just pinned between Elden and the Dry Lake Hills. Just makes it a little bit tough, but for the time being, I believe he's okay until we hear anything else. And we have David Adams again just
About
moments away
2.5 blocks
from the
away.
left-hand turn on Birch.
This is so much fun following these runners. And thanks to all, I mean, we now have 4 follow filmers working on beaver out there. This is absolutely fantastic. You know, we've got the Jam Cam, the Dr. Stephen Crawford Cam, the Shad Cam, and the Dan Cam, and the Jeff Cam. So we've got 5. We're
not missing anyone.
No, we have got wraparound coverage for the final couple.
And Jeff does have a runner here. We'll see who we have, if we can just get a bib. Looks like 2:30.
2:35, Carl Balloon, perhaps?
But we are going to send it back to the Stephen Crawford Cam. So we are closing in on the finish here for David Adams. Listen to the energy.
Come on!
Last street crossing. He's probably ready to see his daughter at the finish. He's got the big dad energy. David Adams is just a matter of seconds away.
All right, get ready to turn right. Turn right. Right.
I'm turning right down the alley. And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, we saw David's daughter with the cowbell earlier on, and now in the waiting arms.
Absolutely amazing.
And here we go. Such a great moment. Congratulations
Incredible.
to David for finishing the Cocodona 250. And
we're going to send it up to the Shad Cam. The Shad is following in bib 196, Ramil Balagat from the Philippines. Ramil making his way down Beaver Street. He is just minutes away from the finish of this epic, epic journey that is the Cocodona 250. Let's see here. Let's check in with Jeff. We do believe that is bib 235. That's Carol Balloon, right?
Yeah, who finished this race last year. Carl.
It's Carl. It is. I got corrected. Carl's done some of our virtual stuff as well. So huge shout out to him. I got to, he was one of the first people I followed in on our Instagram Live last year of some of the final finishers.
Yeah,
for the
he
time
finished
being.
in
Back with Ramil on the Shad Cam.
Carol's finish last year was 123 hours and 44 minutes. He knows how to get his money's worth on the course.
And we do have some amazing images here at Heritage Square.
Runners have now at this point
David
exactly
Adams.
90 minutes to finish the Cocodona 250. The cutoff for the finish line is at noon.
Love David Adams' family and friends and crew have the best merch right here.
The hurry
the
up so we
t-shirts,
can
hurry
drink.
up so we can drink. His daughter with the Run Daddy Run and Will Ring for Beer cowbell. We love to see it. And we're going back to the Shad Cam here as Ramil Balagat from the Philippines is about to cross the last major intersection of the race. And he's going to go past Beaver Street Liquors.
We're good.
He's going to continue down Beaver Street here to make the left-hand turn on Birch. Just a little bit. And here we go. Look at this. Getting a fist pump from Jam Jam.
A whole team of filmers out there in the final 6 or 7 blocks of the Cocodona 250. So we've got eyes. If they make it to Beaver Street, then we're not going to miss them. We're not going to miss the participants on Beaver. So. Lisa asking how many people that finished it last year are doing it again. I believe the number was 20. I had actually checked that specifically before the race because I wanted to know just who was crazy enough to come out and do this race over again. Yeah, Ramil's got a great smile. Probably the furthest flung traveler in terms of distance to get here if he's from the Philippines.
That is what it says.
Of course, my mom is from the old country, so I am proud to see a fellow Pinoy finishing the Cocodona 250.
And we do.
It's awesome. It's on sync.
We've got Carl on the jam cam here.
Well, thanks for coming back. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Amazing.
Carol's just loving it out there. I love to see it.
And too many rocks. Yeah.
Did you know about those? I saw you walked back to the lot again. You and your buddy. Nice. See you again. Glad you made it. Way to finish strong.
Amazing.
Yeah,
We're sending it back to the now legendary Shad Cam. As Ramil
fist bumps
gets a fist bump from the famous, from the Cocodona cheer lady. I would love to learn her name. I hope to run into her in Flag at some point.
Coordinate with her. Yeah, you need to talk to her about maybe taking on an official role as a spirit squad leader up in the streets of Flagstaff.
Well, I think for next year we're going to have a lot of leads. We're going to have a lot of interested parties after they've gotten to see all of these amazing stories come to life.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of a race like this, is that everybody's got a story, and let's be honest, over the course of 4.5, 5 days, you get to know a lot of them. You get to hear a lot of them, whether it be stories of runners who have overcome physical obstacles or hurdles in terms of training, whether you have, for instance, we've had amputee runners, we've had runners that were dealing with severe physical ailments, runners who encountered difficulties on this course last year and came back to settle unfinished business. There's a lot to digest here at the Cocodona 250, and with 5 days, while it can be an endurance sport unto itself, bringing it to you, we're happy to do so because there are so many stories to share along the way.
Cheer lady is Margaret Monfort. So shout out to Margaret.
I am a huge fan of Margaret.
Margaret, a.k.a. the Cocodona cheer lady. And we do have eyes on Josh Garza up at the hospital, courtesy of the great Dan Cam. He's still moving. He's just hurting, as is the price you pay to be this far into the race, but he is still moving forward with a purpose. We've got Ramil Balagat here on the Shad Cam. They also have the Jam Cam picking up another runner here as well. That is most likely bib 207, Corin Brown.
Yes.
And there you see Josh Garza. She gives him a little pat, but right now we've got Ramil closing in on the finish, still smiling. Spider Pena in the chat. What is the record for most follow cam miles? It's whatever Shad is at.
Yes. Shad is the unquestioned longest distance filmer for the Cocodona 250, and I got to be honest, I don't think it's anywhere close for anybody else.
Amazing job here. We are on the famous Shad cam as we are taking Ramil Balagat of the Philippines down Beaver Street. He is passing the church now, I do believe. Which means he's just a couple of blocks, less than 2 blocks away from the left-hand turn onto Birch.
We'll have to see if we can get Margaret some liquid death to quench her thirst as she cheers those runners in.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll see if Jamil can grab Margaret a can of liquid death, aka the Cocodona cheer lady, on his way back out. That'd be a wonderful gesture.
I do love seeing these run. Oh, there we go.
Yep, there was Miss Corn Brown getting a hug from Stephen Crawford there. And Ramil is now at the now famous, now iconic, now legendary, all the words, left-hand turn
left
on Birch. Maybe a more famous left-hand turn at this point than the left-hand turn on Beaver Street.
Yeah, I think so. I think that at this point, left on Beaver is a nice benchmark late in the race, but
the street and hang it
left on Birch means that they're right there.
Yep.
I mean, and at that point, those that have been tuning in have gotten to know all of the landmarks for that little stretch, because it is just a block and a half up there. You see as they pass the stone building right there, and then they pass the building, the houses.
Less than 2 blocks to the finish. Again, continuing to just move so strong.
Beaver Street Cam Backyard Ultra. Yeah, Shad is the undisputed winner of that one so far this year. And
my good buddy Eli in the chat, who was on Lauren Jones' crew. Shout out to the great city of Atlanta. Iconic left turn shirts now for sale. All proceeds to whatever charity Cocodona chooses. It's not a bad idea, Eli.
We might have to talk with Girls on the Run and have
Girls on the Run, Wilderness Volunteers, who we also partnered with for this race as well. Lots of amazing charities that we can partner with here. Left on Birch shirts should probably.
I think that should be a part of next year's swag package.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be like a midsummer shirt so that runners can wear it during their final section. They can pull it out of their pack, can put it on. As Ramil is now just steps away from turning right down Cocodona Alley.
It's your finish, man.
Thank you for the generous donation.
And here he goes.
Shalon.
The flag of the
Philippines.
Philippines. Absolutely amazing.
Ramil Bagalat from the Philippines, our furthest flung competitor in the Cocodona 250, is now approaching the finish line, heading straight ahead. So Shad has run 77 miles covering the finishers of this race.
Yeah, the chat wouldn't have been able to hear that audio from Shad because we weren't on his cam, but someone asked Shad how many miles he was up to, and it was in fact 77, as Ramil Balagat from the Philippines finishes the Cocodona 250. Fist pumps all around. What an absolutely incredible effort.
Maybe I don't know. If I'd have known, I would have brought Ramil some
Here we
some
have
lumpia or some pancit, perhaps. Maybe some chicken adobo. I've been actually working on my Filipino cuisine over the past few weeks.
Yeah.
Trying to represent
We've
the
got
homeland.
Carl coming in now.
I don't need a car, so you can walk there.
Carl making his way down Beaver Street, just a few short blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. Dan, thank you very much for the generous Super Chat donation.
Yeah, shout out to Dan, who was out filming at Mingus this year.
Short break.
Short break, well-deserved break, plenty of time to spare.
Absolutely.
Oh!
Don't do that, Carl. Don't do that. We don't need the drama on the stream. We just want to see you make it to the finish whenever you're ready.
So we're waiting for Mom to get to the finish so we can cross and give Mom a hug.
Amazing.
My mom is 82. She crewed me here last year, and she's crewing me here this year.
Wonderful.
And you all know that crew make it possible. I mean, it's just, I wouldn't have gotten through day 2 without her. So, not cross that finish line until I can give her a hug.
Amazing.
I'm so lucky that my mom. Yeah, we made a trip out of it, you know, like we're doing 10 days. Just had an experience around this. That's awesome. So, really lucky.
Amazing. And it looks like we do have our next runner coming into the finish here shortly. That is going to be Corin Brown. Flagstaff local. Making her way to the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. Here she goes.
She's got that Javelina 100 shirt on. She's no stranger to Aravaipa.
Absolutely
long
incredible. Corin Brown, ladies and gentlemen, your next finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Running alongside her kid.
Amazing. And we're going to, the big hugs.
Yeah, there's starting to get to be some crowds at the finish line here at the end of the Cocodona 250.
Amazing. And we're going to send it out to our Dan cam.
This is Joshua Garza here from Bakersfield, California. Yeah, Josh was, looking pretty worn as he passed the hospital, but he's still going and he's still got time. And, despite the fact that he has been working through it.
I don't know. I'm sure. Yes, there is actually. Yeah.
He is. He seems to be in fairly good spirits.
Amazing. It's just now going to be a few blocks away from the finish.
Yeah. Are we just going to call this Golden Morning? Yeah, we should. Yeah. Good job, man.
In the chat. Shout out to everyone who's donating in the chat.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Thanks, David.
Brian for Carl's mom.
All right. Yep, we got to just head right into downtown. And what's up, guys?
Dude, we're just having a great time out here, following along.
Nice.
Bringing the people, everyone.
Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
We worked so hard at this one.
Dale Street, so that means he's got 2 blocks
He
before the
just
iconic
passed
left.
Carl, who is sitting, waiting on his mom. Amazing. And we are with Josh Garza here.
Nope.
I had some black licorice ice cream at Whiskey Row.
Yeah?
So when I get back to Prescott, I'll get some more.
Wonderful. I had a good time at Whiskey Row. Didn't drink any whiskey. We had some pizzas and some barbecue and
Are we going as far as the train?
no, sir.
What?
We are not going as far as the train. Nope. Nope.
He's
can
once
see
he
it.
passes, there's
2
the
blocks
church.
down.
Yeah,
He's about to cross
Yeah,
Cherry
and
Street,
then
I
we take a
believe.
left.
Which means it's got about a block to the left-hand turn on Birch.
That was happiness right there, to find that out.
Yeah.
It was pure joy. We don't have to go.
We
all
don't
the way
have
to
to
the
go
train.
down to the trains. Nope. You just take a left a few blocks prior. Of course, you don't even cross.
We're almost there.
89,
If you want to sit
as
for a
you're,
moment, we can.
As you're on your way to the finish line. Yeah, these runners, you know, they have at this point 71 minutes and change to make it to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. So hats off to all of the runners who are grinding out these last few miles.
How about right here? You know, that's the left turn right there.
So for those that are wondering, we did just
that
get
dude?
literally
That's the
seconds
left
ago
turn.
a ping update
You want
from
to keep
Stephen
going?
Park.
All
And
right.
Stephen Park
If you want to
is
sit for a sec, we can.
running in tandem with the sweep
All right, let's
and
do
is
it.
roughly 4 miles away from the finish. So Stephen Park has
I got you, man.
4 miles to
We're
go,
gonna make
give or
it.
take, and has just under 71, or actually just over 71 minutes to get it done.
Yeah, everybody's out for this.
Oh.
Yeah. We made quite a splash. Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a bunch of people at the finish line all waiting for you.
Black chair at finish line says
Oh, yeah, totally.
It's waiting for Josh at the finish line.
And we do
Yeah.
have eyes also.
You want another sip of water there?
On Stephen Addard. Missoula, Montana in the house here as he's making his way down from the hospital.
Say hi to the people. Hey, people.
Stephen had a nice rally late last night as well, as he was one of the final people, if not the final person, to make it to Walnut Canyon Aid.
And
Yeah.
incredible.
Tell a story.
We're going to send it.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to send it back down for a second to Daniel, and we'll check back in on this story in just a few minutes. But we've got Josh Garza here,
Throw up some peace signs.
who is
We're gonna take a left here.
taking
This is
the most
the last
famous
turn
left
right
in
here.
all of sports.
No more
We're now
turns.
dubbing it the left on Beaver
Birch.
is the second.
Oh, no,
most
no. We
iconic.
only
This
got,
is the most famous.
one block. It's like this block and then half a block, and then we turn right. We're done.
See, this is the beauty
Get to
of
run down the portal and
So Josh
finish
is
strong.
going to get a second dose of good news. Of course, he was so excited to find out he didn't have to cross the trains.
Yes, sir.
And as I mentioned, the way that the course is set up with that final Cocodona alley, he can't see the finish line even though he's 300 meters from it. He has to literally hit that turn down Cocodona alley to even see the finish line. And I'm sure that that's going to be a very pleasant surprise for him when he gets to the point where he can actually take that right turn and look down the alley.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Is he taking a pause here?
Yep.
All right. You want to take a lean on the truck there? Just take a lean for a minute. What hurts?
No, it's just
We'll send it up to Buffalo to Stephen up here, who's with Tom Addard.
It looks like Looks like
So,
Josh
1 o'clock yesterday.
is back moving again.
2 minutes to take a break in the shade. I fell instantly asleep for
Hey, Pacer,
yeah.
hit the button.
Going back to Josh here as he's back moving.
like
We'll
an
check
hour
back
and
in
40.
here in just a little bit. Here is Joshua Garza.
All right, watch the curb there. We're going to go
His
forward.
final street crossing, less than a block to the finish of the
right where he
Cocodona
came out, that's the
250.
hill.
He is going to be making a right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley in just a matter of seconds.
I can't wait to see his face. I want to see his face when he sees how close he is.
There we go.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Get it done. Get it done.
There's your ice cream store, sir.
Oh.
Yeah. You want to just go in and have some ice cream? I got you. All right, this is the finish right here.
Now he will
right,
turn and he will be able to see the finish here.
I'm actually getting emotional thinking about how much grit he's shown the last couple miles, and for going from barely being able to walk to mustering all the strength that he's got to finish this race strong. So inspiring.
Amazing.
Oh,
absolutely amazing.
It's moments like this that with Josh Garza and his finish that make this sport so wonderful to be a part of. That was grit right there. If you had to have a picture of it, his effort right there is grit personified.
And now we are back up with Steven now that Joshua has made it to the finish. We are with Tom Addard.
Hey.
We're taking Tom to the finish now. We want to hear the story now.
Okay. Anyway, I sat down for 2 minutes in the shade outside of, I was like 200 miles in, outside of Fort Tuthill, and I instantly fell asleep for like an hour and 40 minutes. And the sweepers woke me up.
Oh, my.
And I just jumped up in a panic. And my left leg wouldn't bend, and my quad completely seized up. When I was asleep, and I tried stretching it out, and it tore something in there. And everything I tried made it worse, so I hobbled it into Fort Tuthill. I was the last person in there, and they iced it and got me an ace bandage, and then we found a pacer from the Cocodona 250 Facebook page, Liz from Detroit, Michigan.
Shout out, Liz.
Melissa. Yeah. So they missed the cutoff at Munns Park, and they wanted to keep running.
Wow.
So she came out there, and Melissa and Liz crewed and paced for me, and we just barely made the 2 cutoffs. I think I had 2 minutes to spare at the 1 a.m. cutoff. And yeah, barely making it, yeah. So, but climbing that mountain definitely aggravated my quad. And the only thing I could do was walk backwards. And I was like walking 24-minute miles backwards. And I ran into old Rod here. And somehow his presence, took the pain away. The distraction was just enough to get me moving again. And we've been getting to know each other. Woo!
Amazing.
So, yeah, now that I'm on that game, I can run flat, a little downhill, as long as I can land on my toe.
And it looks like we do have Carl coming into the finish here as he's back up and moving. He was waiting on his mom, and then we will check back in with Tom Addard, but Carl Balloon, who sat down to wait for his mother to get to the finish because she deserves a big hug for helping crew. He's finding his way to the finish. He was one of our last finishers last year. Here he comes. What an incredible job. And look at that. And we'll see. We've got a camera on it. We'll see if it cleans up. Straight to his mom for the hug there. Absolutely incredible.
Wonderful shot. Absolutely wonderful shot.
Shout out to Carl, who, again, has done some of our virtual races. He was one of our final finishers last year. He was back at it, got it done again. Shout out to him. And now we are back with Stephen Crawford.
And Tom Addard.
We're good.
Who is about to make his left-hand turn on Birch.
And the left on Birch.
Oh my goodness.
And he is going to be getting it done here in just a matter of moments, coming up to his last street crossing as he crosses over LaRue before making the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley.
Woo! Yeah, buddy!
Absolutely amazing. Missoula, Montana's own Tom Addard, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice, there we go. Oh, man. Thank you. Left in the alley up there. Right.
Obviously fighting through exhaustion and some physical issues to finish the Cocodona 250. Of course, he was the person bringing up the rear, heading up to Fort Tuttle, the
Here
last
he comes.
major aid station.
Down Cocodona Alley and to the finish. Tom Addard, the last person into Fort Tuttle, coming into the finish with time to spare at the Cocodona 250. Amazing job.
Little pep in his step as he crosses that finish line. Such a beautiful thing to witness. So it looks like Stephen Park is hitting Buffalo Park.
Yeah, it looks like they are on the social trails behind Buffalo Park. You got Stephen Park. You've got the Vidrios. And those are the last three runners out on course.
I think,
So we
they're
have
all
three
going to
runners
make
remaining.
it.
The Vidrios are probably coming through Buffalo Park. Their last ping was a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got folks out and about, ready to bring them all in. So we've got Team Vidrio and Stephen Park from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, our neighbors to the north, who is trying to push through. It looks like he has about 3 miles left with an hour to spare. He is moving right at the pace he would need to. Again,
He's got it down.
It's going to be close here.
He's dialed in. I think we're going to be 3 for 3 on these final finishers.
It's going to be an exciting last hour.
Yeah. The last three finishers, and also this portion of the course is friendly to having to pick up a little bit of a pep in your step.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to pull this up from Dawn in the chat. Colleen and Saul are making it down the straightaway, the Arizona Trail that cuts through the Angel Wings at Buffalo Park.
Yes.
So their tracker, like I said, hasn't updated in a while, but they are in Buffalo Park proper. They are making it through. And we will hopefully have eyes on them via one of our camera follow cam filmers once they get probably up by the hospital to bring in Saul and Colleen Vidrio.
Yeah, if they're through Buffalo Park, then they've got less than 2 miles to go. So,
yep. Shout out to Dawn for being our boots on the ground there.
She's amazing. She has been. She's an amazing person, so supportive, excited, enthusiastic member of the community. Also an amazing runner herself, having finished this race in second place last year. And a very knowledgeable person. Loved having her in the studio this week. Of course, she also joined us during Haviland 100 as well here in studio. So shout out to Dawn Greenwald, Flagstaff's own, for everything that you have done to help make this event even more robust and more complete. Just saw Emily Gerlich walking past the finish line.
And I have reports that our steady-handed filmer, the great Jamil Curry, is out to find our final runner.
I'm here for it.
So we see his feed. He has his camera turned off as he is probably putting the hammer down to get out as far as he can to bring our final runner in. We have multiple other follow cams heading out to find, and it looks like the Shad cam is also on the trails cutting over to Buffalo Park as well. So Shad is out on the Switzer Canyon Trail. So he should be picking up the Vidrios. We've got a couple other follow cams heading out as well. We currently have, let's see, 5 follow cams out there for 3 runners.
That's amazing.
And it's going to be amazing. And shout out to all our amazing event volunteers, all the volunteers at aid stations and setup, and then especially to all of our live stream volunteers here for coming out, helping film, helping us bring you this coverage. Huge shout out to Shad, who was only signed up for a single shift all the way back. I think maybe when the leaders were coming in. I don't even remember what shift he was actually signed up for because
Instead
he's just been out there.
Pushing 80 miles.
Yeah, he's probably at 80 miles by now, given where he is and where we last saw him.
Good point.
When he was at 77 miles. And so he is absolutely crushing it. And we have, why can't I think of his name? He finished yesterday. Cesar. I believe that's Cesar Rotundo. I think is his last name. That is definitely Cesar. Hanging on the Cocodona archway. You love to see it. And Steven is a Rob Krar camp alum. Shout out to the great Rob Krar.
Yeah.
Also Canadian.
Yes.
Ran collegiately at Butler University, as I'm sure that's a place you're familiar of.
Suburbs of Indiana, Indianapolis, yeah.
Yep, given that you went to you went to IU for a bit.
Yes.
Yep.
Of course, also very engaging account on Twitter, Rob Krar's Beard.
Rob Krar's Beard, one of the staples in the ultra running community.
Yes.
And we do have our Jeff Cam heading out on Beaver Street as well to follow runners in.
Fun Rob Krar fact. I had a friend, actually Pat Votruba, who had been one of our hosts here earlier in the week. His nephew came from New York and is a D1 cross-country runner and was running Whiskey Basin that year. And he was too young to drink. And, of course, the winners at each distance at Whiskey Basin get a bottle of Thumb Butte whiskey as part of their prize. And Pat was so excited because he was thinking that his nephew, who is, I guess, a high-level, nationals level competitor at cross-country distances in college, was going to win that bottle of whiskey. And so they get on the shuttle bus and they're sitting there talking to another friend of ours, and all of a sudden they look up and Rob Krar boards the bus. And someone mentioned to Pat, "I'm sorry, but you are not going to be getting any whiskey today unless you buy it." How many runners still on the course?
3.
3.
We've got our podium of final finishers here,
yes,
as someone in the chat pointed out.
The DFL podium. I like it. These runners have about 55 minutes, actually 54 minutes to complete the Cocodona 250.
And again, we have our trusty Shad Cam heading out. He is heading up the slight grade on the Switzer Canyon Trail, making his way towards Buff Park proper, where he will likely greet Team Vidrio kind of any minute now. Once he sees someone, we will send it back to him, but for the time being, and we may need Shad to refresh his feed if he can. But we also know that this section has been spotty in terms of the connectivity. Once they get on the road, especially up by the hospital, it has tended to
Yeah. I mean, you know, at this
clean up.
point, we take what we can get when they're actually out on the course. Once they hit the streets of Flagstaff, obviously we have much better reception. But even in Buffalo Park, it's still a little bit give and take. And, you know, just to show you a little bit of inside baseball and kind of how the sausage is made, we can view all of the cams that all of our follow filmers are doing with the exception of one. And that would be Jamil Curry's, because, frankly, when Jamil's ready to go on, he lets us know. It's not the other way around.
And it looks like Stephen Park is back on the social trails. He has crossed the pipeline trail, so he is starting to venture on kind of the final climb. A beautiful section of trail, maybe not at this point in the race, but a beautiful section of single track, a little techie that winds a short distance up into Buff Park proper, where he will stay on the Arizona Trail and cut through the angel wings of Buffalo Park before he hits the Switzer Canyon Trail after saying goodbye to
the Buffalo.
Bye to the Buffalo. And we do have them on the Shad Cam. Team Vidrio here. Saul and Colleen coming down Switzer Canyon Trail. Bibs 189 and 217. And we will come back to that feed as soon as it cleans up a bit. I think what we're going to do is we may go dark for just a second here. But we will get this.
Thanks for tuning in, Jeremy. We look forward to having you race your first Aravaipa event at the Mogollon Monster in September. It's a heck of a first race to choose.
Well, first Aravaipa race.
First Aravaipa race to choose, yeah.
We are going to check in here with Team Vidrio in just a matter of seconds. And there we go. We just had to refresh a little bit there.
She was crewing last year, right? Watching crewed you to the finish.
Saul and Colleen coming down the Switzer Canyon Trail as we speak.
So put your phone away.
And just to show everyone what is going on here. Let's see. We did just see Jamil heading out. And we do have folks tuning in here at the finish line as they are checking out the stream here. They are tuning in. They can give us a wave. Yeah, there it is. You see, they're watching the stream, and we're going to get it back on our final two of our final three finishers here. Saul and Colleen Vidrio.
He was right in line with the sweeper coming in.
This is inspiring. To see them together like this is,
You got this.
with all this grit is Pretty amazing.
How far out is she from the finish? They have about a little over a mile, right at a mile, roughly.
Cocodona last year, for the two of them finished. She got beaten up, but she went back and threw her in a pace last year.
Yeah, Saul is showing at mile 248.6, and even though Colleen's pings are a little bit behind, obviously they are making the approach in tandem. So.
Such strong mental energy, you guys. Yes. Coming on down this last dirt section. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they're even a little further along than where the tracker is showing. They're at the bottom of this section right here.
Yeah, it's amazing for you know, a husband and wife to undertake this kind of event together. The cutoff is at the top of the hour for those that are just tuning in, so they've got 48 minutes or so to complete the Cocodona 250.
Oh, good drinking, good drinking. Yeah, it's real hot. We're gonna get you cooled off at the finish line. Yeah, but that's real hot.
Looks like the race has been
Just
going on so
a
long
beautiful
that
married couple out for a stroll in Buffalo Park. That's what I see right now.
the race has broken our clock, it appears. So that's how you know the Cocodona 250 is a long race.
It's intense.
We're now getting an error on our clock.
Very couple hours from Buffalo Park.
Which let's see if I can.
You're doing good.
I just got a text message from my good buddy, the great Rob Ricardo, who says, at the finish, epic energy.
Nice.
And they are making their final steps on pavement here in just moments. Or their final steps before hitting the pavement here in just moments.
Asking what their story is. Mickey, they're a married couple who came out to run this race last year, and I believe that which one? Saul had finished last year, and Colleen did not. And so Saul ventured on when Colleen had to pull out of the Cocodona 250 in 2021.
I get to sleep at night too. This is
And
awesome.
the two of them committed to racing this event together in 2022, and now the two of them are about 2 kilometers from the finish. Sorry, they're right there.
Excellent. Great work. Thank you. Yeah.
As both of them locked arm in arm, sharing this moment together. You know, it's not every person is going to be able to experience this kind of moment.
Anthony in the chat, Colleen paced Saul for over 100 miles last year after
that's amazing.
Pulling out. Here they are, making their way up Forest.
Yeah, she wasn't leaning on it, so just drop it. They're locked arm in arm, finishing the race together. It's beautiful.
And we do have eyes out at Buffalo Park for those folks waiting for Steven. We will be there in just a matter of moments as we now take a look at the jam cam. Here we have them. Team Vidrio, ladies and gentlemen. And again, just a reminder for the lovely people in the chat, for my wonderful friends in the chat, most of whom have been tuning in all week. We're here to celebrate these runners' journeys and to bring them into the finish here. So let's all make sure that we are inspiring and uplifting all of these runners as much as we can as we continue to bring you live footage here from the Cocodona 250 as these runners, Saul, Colleen Vidrio, are making the push up Forest, up to Hospital Hill, where they're going to make a left-hand turn on Beaver Street. The long penultimate stretch to the finish.
So close. Way to go, way to go.
She just crossed San Francisco here. Three runners left, and it looks like we've got some eyes on the jam cam here as he makes his way into Buff Park proper. It's hard to tell if we have everyday folks out enjoying it, and we just lost Jamil's feed, so we'll get that back up, and as soon as we have confirmation, we will make sure we get eyes on Steven. So for anyone just tuning in, we have Saul and Colleen Vidrio. We're about to make the left-hand turn on Beaver Street here shortly, and a little bit behind them, making their way through Buff Park, and we have eyes. Here is Steven making his way through Buff Park, trying to charge on. 40 minutes remaining as he is pushing forward here as well, given everything he has.
He's trucking. He's got a sizable pack on and moving as best he can.
And here we will take a look. Saul and Colleen Vidrio. Steven is definitely still moving strong. Here it is. They're at the iconic traffic light.
Yes.
They're about to make their way to the left. They are making their left-hand turn on Birch. Here we have Jamil
Did you see Don Greenwald in the background mashing that crosswalk button, trying to get it to go faster? Love it.
Here they go.
Find somebody in life that can tolerate you for 250 miles. That's all I got to say about that.
And here they are coming down Beaver Street now. And we do have Steven still moving incredibly strong, charging forward here. This is our final runner, Steven, making his way through Buffalo Park. He's almost out of Buff Park proper now, where he will say goodbye to the Buffalo. He'll make a right on the Switzer Canyon Trail before saying goodbye to the beautiful soft surface trails of Flagstaff and hitting the streets to the finish.
Miles anymore, it says feet to finish. 4,800 feet to finish. Not miles, feet.
As they're passing the hospital in Flagstaff, meaning they are so close, so close.
Yeah, Jeremy Marble in the chat. Steven is moving super strong.
Yeah.
Sounds like Steven is also crewless.
Pretty amazing. Would
Yep.
explain the very large pack.
Yep.
That's it, we almost missed it. We almost passed that. Thank you.
You got this, girl. Be strong.
And we do have eyes on Steven. He's passing the Buffalo. He is making his way forward. Continuing to run really strong here as he's going to take a right-hand turn down the Switzer Canyon Trail. A little pause in the action here.
Downhills feel real good, don't they? Yeah. You can like them until they're at the end.
Second angle on him here, and so you can see our wonderful filmer Shad on the right. We got Team Vidrio coming in down the hill, moving strong here. This footage courtesy of Steven. There is the Shad cam. And here is our runner, Steven, moving now down the Switzer Canyon Trail. And there you see Jamil filming there. And there is Steven. Here is Colleen and Saul Vidrio. absolutely incredible. We're going to take a look. Steven still moving strong down the Switzer Canyon Trail, leaving Buffalo Park, pushing forward. Here we are back on the Shad cam.
Downhill right after it, and then the next stop.
I believe Colleen and Saul just passed Beaver Street Liquors there.
Yeah, just follow that lady. She's gonna bring you in.
Thank you.
Feet to go. I mean, that's not vertical feet. That's just flat.
We're going to stick on the Steven cam for just 1 minute, and I'm going to see if Shad can refresh his feed for me while we keep eyes on our runners here via the Steven feed. Shout out to Dr. Steven, and we'll send it over to the Jam Cam for now, as our runner Steven is making his way down the Switzer Canyon Trail. He has exited Buffalo Park at this point. And in just a few minutes, he will be on the pavement.
We've got a couple filmers with Steven at this point.
Yep, we also have Jeff here with a little lead shot. Let's send it back to Shad. Oh man, that brought out the quality in the video there. Thanks to Shad for capturing this. We've got Team Vidrio here, passing Margaret, a.k.a. the Cocodona Cheerlady.
Yes, the Cocodona Cheerlady.
Way to go, guys. Way to bring it in.
Just a few blocks now from the left-hand turn onto Birch. And we lost that feed. We're going to send it. There we have it.
Way to go, guys. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. And there we have a Bronco Billy sighting. We saw Jeff with them up at Elden.
Yeah.
I see Jeff down in Flagstaff proper here.
Again, you know, if you're running an ultra in Flagstaff, no better pacer to have than Bronco Billy himself. Does Jeff realize he's running near greatness? I hope so.
Yeah. Team Vidrio. Continuing to move forward, continuing to push onward, as is our final runner, Steven here, who is now at the bottom of the Switzer Canyon Trail. He's cutting through the pines and will be leaving the pavement here, or leaving the trail for the pavement here momentarily. You can see this beautiful trail winds through the pines before exiting to forest, where runners will then climb up, where Steven will then climb up to the Hospital Hill before turning left on Beaver Street. Here we are, Saul and Colleen, Vidrio.
My tracker shows that
runner.
That Stephen is roughly a mile and a half out from the finish of the race.
You guys are the stars of the show right now. Colleen just took mental toughness to the next level.
Yeah, yes, she did. Yes, she did.
I personally probably would have dropped. I'm sure you did. I'm sure.
You know what my answer would have been if you tried to drop? It would have been at the next aid station.
To 4.5 blocks. 4.5 blocks. And you're done. We got two blocks, and then we're going left 2.5 blocks. And then you're in the alley, and at the finish, you can see the finish line.
We are keeping eyes on the final 3 Cocodona 250 finishers. It is about 28 minutes from cutoff at this point. Saul and Colleen Vidrio are roughly, they said 4 blocks from the finish line.
Yep, so they should be coming up to the church here in just a matter of moments.
2 blocks from the iconic left on Birch. And then we'll have one more runner that we'll be following along with as well.
There is the church, which means they're about to cross Cherry, which will put them 1 block away now from the left-hand turn onto Birch. We have Stephen about to leave the trail here, hop on the pavement. He's going to make his way up Hospital Hill, turn left on Beaver Street, and then it is downhill from there to the finish in Heritage Square.
Trent joining us, watching the live stream from Disneyland. I know this to be true. I can see him sitting in the Haunted Mansion or It's a Small World with his phone out, following the live stream. I think that's fantastic.
Jam in the chat, 4:33 a.m. Just outside Sydney there in Oz. On the edge of the
Aussie After
seat.
Dark.
Yeah, Australia After Dark. Huge shout out to Jem. She's past the Playhouse. Right here is going to be the Birch Street crossing.
I can cut through myself. Be dry in a bay. I'll take anything.
And Stephen is coming up the Hospital Hill. As you can see, he just left. He just crossed Turquoise there. And here are Team Vidrio, Saul, and Colleen. They have made the left-hand turn onto Birch. The most iconic turn in all of sports. Left on Birch. That puts them just over a block away now from the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish line of the Cocodona 250 in the heart of Flagstaff at Heritage Square.
TW, I agree. I have learned the streets of Flagstaff's names very well over the course of the last few days.
Yeah.
Of course, they're about to cross North LaRue Street. Basically, at that point, have to make it past one more building.
Here are the sights from our finish booth there at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Folks following along on the stream, getting ready to cheer some of our final runners in as Team Vidrio crosses the final street of the day. They are going to turn right here in just a second down Cocodona Alley, where they will be greeted at the party that is the finish of the Cocodona 250 here. And let's bring them in, ladies and gentlemen. Saul and Colleen Vidrio making the right-hand turn. Here they come. You can see the finish arch in the distance.
We can all only hope to have an experience like this.
Yeah, truly.
To share something like this with somebody else.
Absolutely amazing. You can see the emotion there at the finish line. Absolutely incredible. What an incredible performance by the husband and wife duo, Saul and Colleen Vidrio. There they are, ladies and gentlemen. Finishers of the Cocodona 250. And now, let's send it back to the jam cam as our final runner on course here is still making his way, still pushing forward up Hospital Hill, where he will make the left-hand turn on Beaver Street in just a matter of moments. Stephen Park, the pride of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And Stephen is still moving strong here, continuing to dig down deep, continuing to give it his all as he tries to be the final finisher here of the Cocodona 250.
Of course, Stephen has roughly 20 minutes to complete the remainder of the course and is turning now on to Beaver Street.
Oh, and he got the light. They may have blocked traffic for him. Either way, shout out to the folks helping stop traffic, assisting Stephen getting across the street here as he is making his way down Beaver Street to the finish of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square. Absolutely incredible.
It's got to feel great to turn on Beaver Street. He's moving, he's grooving.
And he's got, so once you make this turn, you don't actually start the downhill section into Buffalo Park straight away. You have a little bit of a flat, maybe gentle uphill. And then once you get closer to the overhang, that's when you've got a nice downhill there.
Keep it going. It's a good little recovery here for him.
He is doing an absolutely incredible job here. So much grit, so much toughness.
19.
You're going to finish with some pizzazz here, man. With some small tidbits of time to spare. Legs are moving.
He's been planning that all night.
Yeah.
He's like, let's lay here for 19 hours, and then we'll be heroes.
Just tease it out.
Yeah, for 4 hours in my backyard later.
I know, I just don't want to be a hunchback.
You've earned the right to be the hunchback. Well, I'll hunch lower. You'll be.
he has less than a mile to go.
Yeah. He is now counting down the streets, the cross streets on Beaver.
Let's hope not.
Of course, when he gets to Columbus, he'll be crossing in front of Beaver Street Liquors and then head down the alphabetized streets leading to Birch.
18 minutes. Fastest also.
This is Stephen Park, our final runner on course here at the Cocodona 250.
He is getting it done. He is moving. He is alongside the sweepers who have been picking up the pin flags to make sure the course is clear after the event. Aravaipa prides itself on leaving no trace, even when putting on an event the magnitude of the Cocodona 250.
You look pretty sure going down this.
Steven moving super strong here. Starting to run, starting to pick it up. And this is, again, this is what I said. This is right when you're going to start to hit like more of the downhill section. It's a little flat, maybe even a little uphill initially. Yeah, it's pretty flat, and then you hit a downhill all the way to the finish. As we have about 17 minutes remaining until cutoff. I think he's going to make it just under, would be my prognostication.
He's coherent
with
enough
what?
to read the
I think he's
sign.
going to make it just under the cutoff, is what I'm saying here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's got time. He's moving well. I would assume, he's going to have less than 5 minutes left in all likelihood. Is that Shelby Farrell out there?
That looks like her, possibly.
You can tell by the watch band, most likely.
Yeah, you can tell by the smile.
Shelby just looking for another runner to pace in. Loves this course.
He's going to have a small village, I think, bringing him in here.
Yep.
I think they should make a drink for me to go to They probably do.
That's a good idea.
Okay, time was
15 minutes. 15 minutes left until the final cutoff here. And let's actually take a quick look here at the energy that is
Oh, here we go.
Heritage Square. This is amazing.
We
And he
are
is
seeing the
passing.
Spirit Tunnel being assembled.
And he
at
is
the
now
finish line.
passing the what will be the Cheer and Beer Station next year, we hope. Beaver Street Liquors.
We need
He's
to get on
making his
that.
way.
We need to have the Cheer and Beer Station at Beaver Street Liquors. Maybe a Cocodona IPA or something like that. Available for the runners.
Look at him go. Incredible performance here. So he's going to have around a half mile to go. He's moving so strong right now.
He's getting done what he needs to get done.
And again, it starts to flatten off a little bit here. It is still down here, flattens off, and then you hit this final descent the last maybe 3 or 4 blocks before you hit the iconic left-hand turn on Birch. And so as long as he can just keep pushing forward, he's in a really good spot here. Gonna get some water. Look at him go here. Charging forward.
Love seeing this.
He has an entourage following here. They're going to make sure traffic is not an issue the rest of the way here.
I hope that he's able to come back and watch
there
this.
We have Margaret. You know when you hit Margaret, you're getting close. The famous Cocodona cheerlady.
Yeah.
Shout out to Margaret for being out there for what seems like the entire race since runners have been coming in. So shout out to her.
He's taking a quick break. Of course, he has. I hope Margaret heads down there to be a part of the celebration. She is now adopted by the Cocodona family, as far as I'm concerned. This footage being brought to you courtesy of the Jam Cam. As you can see, other Cocodona veterans around him. Last year's competitors, Don Greenwald and Shelby Farrell, are alongside our anticipated final finisher for this year's Cocodona 250. And, of course, this is Stephen Park, who is showing tons of grit here and is not to be denied.
Just keep it steady.
Amazing. See that flag up ahead?
He is getting so close here.
Yep. Slow down. Keep it easy.
Yes.
Keep it easy.
Yes, we have Coco-adopted Margaret, the Cocodona cheerleader. Yeah, she's following along. I love it. I love this.
Shout out to Margaret. She's joined the entourage of Stephen Park after being out there basically the entire time cheering runners on.
Beer, you got this.
He was eyeing it.
Look at that. He knows he is just a few short steps from the finish of the Cocodona 250. Stephen Park is.
That street light right there, that's going to be a left turn, and then you're a block and a half away.
And he just passed Elm, which means
just
he is less than 3 blocks away from the iconic,
so you can just
the
keep
famous,
this pace right here.
the most legendary left-hand turn in all of sports. The left hand onto Birch Street is less than 3 blocks away.
The last turn, go for it. Right now, we just
Thank you, Steve, for the generous Super Chat donation. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you tuning in, and hope you've caught as many of these hours as possible. And frankly, if you didn't catch as many hours as you would hope this week, you can always go back and watch it later. I know that several of our friends and collaborators went back and watched the entirety of the Cocodona live stream last year. I admire their tenacity. But thanks for being along for the ride with us.
There we go, yes. All right.
Keep it moving. Let's maybe do a little jog here. There we go. Nice. Good one, good one.
Jamil is, he knows exactly where he's got to be to win, so just making sure.
They're coming up, about to cross.
8 minutes, 8 minutes.
They're about to cross Cherry here, I do believe, in just a second, as you see the church come into frame. Once they cross this street, they will have 1 block till the final turn on Birch, and then 2 blocks till the turn down the alley.
Yep. 8 minutes left for Stephen Park to finish the Cocodona 250.
There we go.
Ginger Runner in the chat. Thanks for joining us again, and thanks for hanging out with us all week. And again, I could listen to that man read the phone book.
Next light, that's your left turn. Then you got a block and a half.
Absolutely incredible performance here by Stephen Park. Never giving up, continuing to push forward, continuing to march on. Less than a block from the most famous turn in sports.
In all of sports.
The left on Birch will go down in fame.
Yeah. I mean, people can, think that there are other more iconic left-hand turns. I mean, turn 4 at Daytona, rounding third base at Yankee Stadium. But frankly, I think that that this, not those, is the most iconic left turn in all of sports.
So we've got a little over 6 minutes remaining.
6
make
minutes.
a left-hand turn on Birch. And then he's going to have about 2 blocks to get to the finish line.
Okay, right across here, right across the street.
All of these runners and supporters we've gotten to know over the
a small village
the last few days.
Stopping traffic, assisting Steven across the street there, making sure he gets there. He's got 5 minutes, a little over 5 minutes to get to the finish here.
But left on Birch is in the bag. He's bagged that left on Birch, and now he is heading up to Cocodona Alley.
Let's keep going. You're doing great. Woo. You're doing great. All the way, all the way. Yeah, you're doing good. Let's just get it. Bring it on through.
He is just about to cross LaRue, which will be the final street crossing of the Cocodona 250 for Steven. And after that, it will be a half a block remaining before he turns down Cocodona Alley and sees the crowd waiting to greet him at the finish line in Heritage Square.
Thank you, Amanda, for the generous Super Chat donation, and thanks for everybody that has donated over the course of the week.
Half a block.
We've got 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes left. As long as he keeps moving forward, Chris, I am willing to say he has it in the bag.
I am inclined to agree with you, Matt. It's been great to follow Steve and all the other runners here over the course of the Cocodona 250.
Hey, could you get out of the way? They're on mine. Just peel away, peel away. You peel away. You peel away. They got photographers here.
A little bit of traffic directing there. Of course, this is a live event, and we kind of roll with it here. But
here he is,
Stephen Park,
about to make the right-hand turn.
Oh my God!
I am.
You hear the reaction?
Oh my God! I'm
going to need Jamil to try and get the shot from the back because we can't see the finish from the front here. Absolutely incredible.
This is amazing. This is nothing short of amazing to come around that turn and see.
And there.
See this.
It is, ladies and gentlemen.
This amazing reception. That was That was nothing short of spectacular, Matt. That was unreal. It was,
absolutely incredible.
And looks like Stephen is... And Stephen has done it in just a shade under 11 hours and 57 minutes. Stephen Park is the final finisher of the Cocodona 250 in 2022. All of that support, all of those people. Bronco Billy himself grabbing Stephen something to drink. Just truly an amazing moment, and I'm glad for everybody that is sharing it with us. We're gonna go to a wide shot here and see if we can get the jam cam back. But so many people, Matt, I have to admit, when he rounded that corner and I could hear Jamil saying, "Oh my God," you know, Jamil is not easily impressed by that kind of thing, but when they came around the corner, there were a ton of just a spirit tunnel a mile long.
Yeah, and we'll see if Jamil can refresh his feed here as race director extraordinaire Stephen Adderholt making his way over.
Mike, thank you for the very generous Super Chat donation.
Oh, sorry. Had to pop it up 3 times for you there, Mike. That's how excited we were for that. And we do have the jam cam back.
Yeah,
if Jam can unmute on his end, we would love to hear the sounds that is Heritage Square here.
Grabbing a nice bite or two of watermelon, a well-deserved bit of refreshment.
Absolutely amazing. We'll see if we can get audio from Jamil here momentarily.
But yeah, a spirit line looked to be well over 100 people long. Just absolutely wonderful. Of course, our MedStar crew and our volunteers making sure that Stephen Park is getting some hydration and getting the attention that he needs after an incredible race. Thank you very much, Michael, for the Super Chat donation. We are grateful for all of you that have been sticking with us.
And
this
again,
is what it's
we'll
all about.
Try and get some audio from Jamil if he can hear us. I think he is muted on his end.
H2, also thank you very much for the Super Chat donation.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we're gonna try and get message to Jam to give us some audio, but I was so emotional. That was so inspiring and such a great thing to witness, to see Stephen, gritting it out there and, having to pause a couple times to recompose himself, but getting it done. That's what it's all about.
Jason Pipkin with the Super Chat donation as well. Cheers for the coverage. From String Bean to Stephen. From String Bean to the Mean Bean. Stephen here. What an excellent performance by Stephen. Super gritty.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see the post-race photos from the legendary Howie Stern. He caught Stephen as he was, crossing the finish line, and as he took to the ground and was trying to compose himself, Howie was right there, and nobody knows how to get an amazing shot quite like Howie. We'll see if we can get the jam cam up on audio. I see Jubilee Page beginning the celebration.
Oh, yeah, get him that liquid death.
Oh, and just in case he gets extra thirsty, giving him a little bit more liquid death.
Absolutely amazing. Hey, and we got the Jam Cam audio back up here. Thanks so much, Jamil.
Great shot of Stephen with race director Stephen Adderholt. Thank you, Philip, for the super chat. Love, we are grateful for you.
250 cans of liquid
Did I
death
hear that right? Did they
Steven.
just hand over 20-plus cases of liquid death
Oh, thank you.
to Stephen Park for the
Huge
final
effort.
finish?
Lots of people involved.
Yes.
As you know. As you know.
So awesome.
What an amazing, amazing effort. I know for a fact that there is somebody else right behind Stephen who wants to congratulate him as well. I don't know if they're going to. Last year's DFL. Andre Lee, the 2021 Cocodona final finisher, offering his respects and passing on the DFL title for Cocodona 250, and is giving him an award of his own, passing from one DFL to another. Andre Lee, recognizing Stephen's effort, because if anybody knows what this is like, it is Andre Lee.
Yeah, most definitely. Amazing to see these two finishers, the first two people, or the final finisher from last year, the final finisher from this year, sharing this moment.
We caught this earlier on the other end when the first person to congratulate Stringbean was Michael Versteeg as he crossed the finish line.
Amazing.
Thank you very much, Deb, for the super chat love. So for those also who they did say on site that Stephen has been awarded 250 cans of liquid death, one for each of the memorable 250 miles of the Cocodona 250.
What's that? I think we might. If not, we'll have more online. Yeah.
Arizona, Utah, Colorado.
Just an unbelievable moment to be witness to. Thank you, Christopher, for the generous super chat donation. See all these people, all these supporters, all these people who have run the race, people who have been a part of this event, both last year and this year, out enjoying
That was unreal.
the efforts of the final runners.
Dude, when we came around the corner and I saw that tunnel, I was like, what the heck? Yeah. I guess they did it last year too.
Yeah, we followed the jam cam, as you could hear him say. We were amazed as we came around the corner because
all the liquid death.
Going to probably need some of that liquid death over the next few hours to make sure he is properly hydrated. As you can see, Stephen Adderholt and Andre Lee making sure that Steve is brought over to medical to probably just have some.
We'll go to the wide static cam here now. Absolutely amazing, amazing performance. Amazing to see all those people come out to take over Heritage Square here in downtown Flagstaff. Shout out to the great folks in Flagstaff and at the City of Flagstaff for letting us essentially take over the central part of your town here to bring in all these runners. Absolutely amazing. And Chris, now that we've brought in our final finisher, I think that we are going to share some final thoughts about the event as a whole before we wrap it up for the day, for the week, for the year. And it's been so much fun, obviously, broadcasting with you, with Nick Hilton, with Drew and Dawn, and all of these amazing, and Pete, of course, who we just saw, and all of the amazing commentators that we had. But I think I'd be remiss if I didn't give a huge shout out to all of our volunteers at the aid stations and helping set up and helping sweep and mark the course. We're traversing 250 miles of trail that has to get set up, that has to get marked and flagged, that has to get taken back down, everything for runners to get here safely. And it looks like we have our favorite guest, the adult site bot. The chat's moving so fast.
You've made it when the adult site bots are back. They see the enthusiasm and the enjoyment that everybody's having, and they got to try and sneak in on it.
And sorry, just to finish up my thought there as I got off track, and also just a huge shout out to everyone who helped volunteer film to bring this live stream to life. Everyone pulling extra duty to make this happen. We had Shad, who was signed up for a single shift, who has been there running finishers in for the last 3 days. Essentially, he's probably over 80 miles. For all of our volunteer filmers, for Stephen Crawford, who commentated and got back out there and filmed, for Spider Pena, who did a follow cam early on and then said, I need to be at the finish, for everyone who volunteered to get to some of these aid stations to capture these runners. Absolutely amazing, and we couldn't do it without them. You and I are just sitting in the studio watching in these wonderful chairs in this air-conditioned studio. They're out there doing the hard work. And then obviously a shout-out to all of the athletes, all of the runners who allow us to take a little bit of a look inside their journey and to share that with the masses. So we couldn't do it without everyone. It takes an army to bring this to life, and we just appreciate you all for tuning in to our efforts here. And so, Chris, like I said, we're going to wrap up with some final thoughts.
Sure.
I know that might be a little bit in the moment, maybe not, but that to me was the most epic moment of the entire race, which really is saying a lot because it's in a category, or the race was filled with all these epic moments. That is something that I will remember for the rest of my life. Seeing Jamil look around the corner down Cocodona Alley and just say, oh my God, as Stephen Park was closing in on the finish. What else stuck out for you? Because I think that's probably one of the most memorable ones.
That is absolutely the most memorable moment. Sorry, I was just kind of tongue-tied, but I am definitely going to look back and rewatch that moment where Jamil is coming around the corner, and to his surprise, you can hear it in his voice that he is amazed at the support that Stephen Park got as the final Cocodona 250 finisher. I am going to also remember very fondly several of the other big finishes that we were able to witness over the course of the event.
Cole Crosby's blitzing to the finish. Morgan Weinberg with the strong finish that we saw today. Team Vidrio.
Yeah,
all
Team
of these
Vidrio
memorable moments.
Was a very emotional time as well. Phyllis Stanley.
Yep.
With the entourage.
Late last night. Had a huge support system in the chat, had a huge support system on site there, I believe, of the Navajo Nation.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible run by her. The first Navajo to finish the Cocodona 250.
The support from the man they call Goldberg's crew all over the internet. Loved it.
The big Goldberg energy, also a memorable moment.
There are just so many. I mean, we could sit here and talk all day long, but I know that we're going to be wrapping things up here fairly quickly. But one of the things that I want to do is we've recognized the runners, we've recognized the people that are making it happen directly, but also the people that indirectly that made it happen. Thank you to Prescott Valley, Cottonwood, Clarkdale,
the town of Jerome.
I
think that's a big one.
Thank you so much.
We're super grateful for everyone over at the city of Jerome and the
Sedona.
residents of Jerome for letting us continue to come through there and to be able to showcase a little bit of the commercial areas of the beautiful town of Jerome. Yeah, Sedona.
Munns Park, and then, of course, Flagstaff. Because you allowed us to bring this into your homes, into your communities. And without your approval and without your blessing, this doesn't happen. And in some cases, it was a last-minute situation that you opened up your communities to us and to the Cocodona 250 because of external circumstances, wildfires that changed the course in very dramatic fashion, and things that we had planned and that Aravaipa had planned for weeks and months, if not years on end, had to be rerouted and reconfigured within a two-week frame. So thank you to all the communities that are a part of this. And thank you, April, for the generous Super Chat donation. And also, I don't think we gave Tom Trush, or Tom Crush, as it were, local runner, for his super generous Super Chat donation as well. Thank you to the two of you and to everybody else that has been along. For those that, the Super Chat donations are great. I hope that some of you decided to purchase some Aravaipa or some Cocodona swag. That'll, of course, be heading out from shipping in probably the next week or so. I know that they're going to, poor Aaron and Christy are going to be coming in on Monday morning to a whole lot of orders.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. And thanks to everybody involved, from the racers, the pacers, the viewers. That's all I got. I mean, I could go on forever, but my voice is tired. I don't know about yours, but...
Yeah, it's hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I am yelling into the microphone right now just so that everyone can hear me. But again, we appreciate everyone involved, and importantly, we appreciate the viewers for tuning in. We do this to help showcase all of these amazing stories and to bring this to you, and we really appreciate you tuning in. And I believe that is going to be a wrap for us here, Chris. It's been a wonderful journey, my friend. Until the next one, next year for the week-long broadcast. And, everyone in the live stream audience, again, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and hopefully we will see you on the next Aravaipa live stream in the coming months.
Yeah, take care, folks. Enjoy those